everyone, and welcome to Adobe Live. We are here doing the Adobe Express for Creative Pros stream today. So my name is Ashley. I'm an illustrator here.
And I'm Jess. I'm also an illustrator, lettering artist, designer, and C-Pro. We're both C-Pros.
We're both C-Pros.
Really exciting stuff.
All right, so we are actually here in the Creative Park at Adobe MAX, and we thought we'd start off by taking you on a little tour of the community booth. So come on ahead and let's go.
Oh my God, hey.
Sorry.
Hello, I'd like a refund on my flight. Okay. Whoa, that's cute.
All right, so here in the community booth, this is where the live stream studio is set up, and this is also where you can come and get really cool swag. Example A.
Everyone's very excited to be here, so are we.
All right.
All right,
This
let's
way.
get started.
Bye. See
Have
you
a safe
later.
flight. Let's go. Everybody buckle up.
You guys got this. Good luck. You killed it.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay. And
So-
we are on? Correct. Amazing.
Okay, so Jess today is going to be showing us some really amazing workflow tips in Adobe Express. So, like, as a designer, illustrator, how often do you use Express, and what kind of do you use it for?
Yeah, I actually kind of use it almost every day because I use
Wow.
it for the, I don't want to say non-creative side because it's still creative, but I'm creating pitch decks, I'm sending things out to clients. I actually use it for my invoicing also.
Oh,
Like
wow.
an invoice template. But today, what I'm going to show you guys is a presentation that I gave yesterday, and I turned it into a template, and now I kind of want to turn that into something that I would send to a client to be like, hey, here's the kind of work that I could do, and I would love to work with you, and
Totally.
all that. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's kind of what I love about Express is, like, you can take one project that you've already made and bring it into Express, retweak it for a totally different purpose, but keeping all of your branding, all of your graphics, like, in the same place, keeping
Yeah.
it simple.
Totally. And then the template could be available to send out to people. So if I
Oh, cool.
lock certain elements, but I make it shareable, I could send it to clients, and it's like, okay, you can put in whatever photos you want, but you have to keep X, Y, and Z. You know, you have to keep the font, you have to keep the colors, you have to keep the composition, but like just switch out the photo.
Right, so you're locking in that template, you're locking in that style and those graphics, but you're giving the client, like, the flexibility to add their own content, to customize it to their own needs. So
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Keeping everything on brand.
Totally.
And speaking of brands, I'm gonna go here, and the truth is I didn't really like put a brand together. I have a couple of items.
Yeah.
So let's just see what happens when I apply brand. Use as library. No, there's a better way for me to do this.
Yeah, so this is one of the cool things in Express.
Apply brand.
You can
Woo!
take your template, you can easily click apply brand and add all of your colors, all of your graphics, and then I also like to just keep applying and, like, switching up the colors
Oh,
and
you
seeing
can
what
switch it
happens.
out?
Yeah, if you
Oh,
just
I
keep
didn't
testing
know
it.
that.
No, and then you get
That's
all these
super
options
cool.
of different color schemes. So
Wow, okay. I actually really like this.
yeah.
It's still on brand. There's a couple of things that I would switch up. I would maybe change this color to something darker and
Get a little bit more contrast in there.
And like, oh, I don't know what happened there. That's probably a user error, to be honest. But it still works.
Nice. That's
Super
looking
cool.
really good.
So if I was sending this to a client, I probably wouldn't have a picture of myself. So I'll delete that. And let's write pitch. I don't know. Give me a fake brand.
Oh, let's do something for, like, a cool new coffee shop. Like like merch for a cafe.
Okay,
Maybe you're
pitch-
working on, like, a t-shirt.
Okay, pitch for Coco
for-
Cafe.
Yeah, Coco Cafe. Cool.
I know that there's supposed to be a little tilde up there, but I'm just gonna leave it out right now. Okay, pitch for Coco Cafe. I'm gonna move this over. It's grouped. Whoops. So we're gonna delete, and then merch designs in Adobe Express.
Nice.
And when I send this to a client, if I want it to be like extra fancy, I can kind of also, I'm actually just gonna get rid of that completely. I can also make things move around, and I'll show you how to do that in a second.
Oh,
I really love the animation features, and they just added new ones.
did they?
Yeah, so let's grab a photo. Instead of going, maybe my stuff, let's just add content media. We'll find photos, and let's do coffee. Oops. View all. And I like this one. It's cool. I'm going to remove background.
I love that feature. Honestly, it's one of
So
my most
easy.
used features because it's so easy. I
Same.
used to do this in Photoshop, but like
I don't
now
have
I'll
to.
just pop something into Express because it's so simple.
Yeah. And now I'm going to cut these down so they're individual assets. Crop them, not cut them.
Yeah. That's
And-
nice. Just really bringing in the coffee theme for this client.
Totally. They're so going to hire me after this. Okay. I'm just going to position them properly. And now I want to animate them. So let's do wobble. I know that doesn't really make so much sense for this, but I look at it. Look at the spring.
Look at the coffee
like,
though. It
it's
kind of
so
like jiggles
fun. And you can
the liquid
look
there.
at that. That's really fun.
That's cool.
Okay, so let's do that, and then that speed is at 91. So I want them to be like in succession and kind of slower. So I think this speed. Oh, okay. This is fun. Let's see what happens when I play it.
Okay.
Oh,
cool.
It's actually really fun.
Okay, and one of the new features that Adobe Express just launched yesterday is the timeline for video.
Yes.
So could you do me a favor and
Let's-
pull that up because I haven't had a chance to look at that
I
yet.
actually haven't
and
played
I'm
with
so
it yet
excited.
either. And okay, let's see. Okay,
Let's
edit
see.
timeline, and then show. Is it show?
Show layer timing?
timing. Okay, select a layer to adjust timing.
Okay.
Switch views, all layers.
All
there
of
we
it.
go.
Oh,
Okay.
that is
Oh,
amazing.
So if
I've
I
been so
wanted,
excited for this feature.
I can just. This has been extremely needed
Yeah.
for a very long time. So usually, what we had, I guess, before was you could only see one selected layer at a time. And like that's fine if you have like one or maybe two items. But
Right.
if you want to start animating a lot of things together, you kind of get lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
And now you can see. Then that one comes in, and now this one comes in.
And so now this is almost more like a Premiere Pro timeline where you can have multiple layers of different
Oh.
assets coming in at different times, and it's just so much easier to see when everything is going to be visible
Yes.
in your video.
Are you a Premiere Pro user?
I have been getting more into Premiere. It's
Yeah. I've been afraid of it.
yeah, honestly, I
but-
was in the same boat.
Yeah. But I actually, after like watching some of the keynotes and some of the new features that are coming in, I'm kind of
Yeah.
like feeling a lot better about it now.
Well, honestly, I'm really excited for Premiere Mobile. So that also just launched
Yes.
yesterday, and it's just a really easy to use Premiere Pro or Premiere app on your mobile. So just editing a quick video, adding captions, stuff like that is going to be really easy to do.
Yeah, that's super exciting. I'm also going to add a drop shadow here.
Nice. Get a little bit more realistic
Yeah.
feel in there.
Sure. Super real. Okay, pitch for Coco Cafe,
Nice.
merch designs, and Adobe Express. Let's go back here, more about me and my work.
All right.
This is not relevant to what we're doing, but I am going to
Right.
go to brands and apply brand. And I'm just going to keep going till I get like the same colors as,
Right.
ooh, I actually really
That's
like
nice.
this.
That's pretty good
And
contrast.
it, yeah, and
too.
like it goes with it. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's assume that the client already knows who I am. So let's give them some ideas.
Yeah, so for the t-shirt merch, like,
Okay,
let's give them
we'll
some
do
cool
t-shirt,
options.
and I will. Let's find a t-shirt to put in here.
So handy having all the Adobe stock images right in Express. Like,
Yeah.
I love designing in
All of
Illustrator,
them.
but what's nice about Express is like you can really just access
100%.
so much more media, pop it into your design really quickly. Super handy for mock-ups especially.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have done a bunch of mock-ups with Express, and like I was a little wary about it before, but you have. Let me show you guys. So
Yeah, I
I'll
wanna see
go
this.
to my stuff, libraries. Let's see if I have some photos in here. Okay. I don't know if I have anything in here that oh, okay. Let's take this design. Whoop. This is obviously not a coffee design. Let's throw it on here, and it's like, okay, well, it's just on there. But then we can go to the opacity layers.
Oh, that's really
And if you zoom in,
smart.
you could see it has that texture. It's pretty subtle on the t-shirt,
Right.
but It is there.
But it just makes it that much more realistic. Like, a mock-up is just supposed to be quick visualization anyway, so.
Yeah.
But giving it that extra detail is really nice.
Especially if it's just a pitch and it's not like a full-blown part of the project. Like, you
Totally.
don't really want to be spending hours on refining something. It's just kind of like, all right, put it in there, make it look good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Just about getting that quick concept, right?
Yes, exactly. Oh, you know what? And let's animate it. So I'm going
Yeah.
to, I'm going to do the same thing again here.
So what you're doing is just like separating the t-shirts to make them individual files to like
pieces.
bring them in at different animations.
Yes. And then I'm going to group them together. Okay. And let's, oh, but you know what? We actually have animate all.
Yeah.
So let's have things drop in. Oh, okay. It's, oh, it does the whole, actually
Okay.
that's so nice. I'm going to go back and animate all everything here
Yeah.
too. I'll have everything do a waterfall.
That's really nice for presentations. It
It's
just kind
so
of like
nice.
adds that professional
Yeah.
element, I think.
Yep. And you can do like the share view link. So if you don't necessarily want to be like presenting it to a client, one, there is a self-record in here. So you can kind of just
I
like,
did not know that.
yeah. So you can record yourself saying your little thing and then like put
Yeah.
it down at the corner. And as the client is going through, you'll have it like in presentation mode. And beautiful.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I
It's
love
great.
that.
It's great, and it's really easy because like sometimes you really need to explain things to clients. I also just realized we've got people in the chat.
Right. Okay.
Hey, chat.
Let's say hi to the chat.
We
Hey,
were
everyone.
so into it. Happy to see all of you. Amazing.
So yes, let's see if we had any questions so far. Hello from Alabama. Hi. Hello from Brazil. Hello from
Hello.
India. Wow, people from all over the world today.
Super
Okay.
exciting. Woo.
Let's
Who do we have?
see.
Can you throw in an
Hello from
animation on
Kelowna. Hi,
t-shirt
Steven.
model? Oh, an animated head on the t-shirt model. I
An
like that
animated
idea.
head on the t-shirt
Okay.
model. Yeah,
Let's
show
do-
us how to do that.
I'm gonna make this up because there's obviously not a head on this person,
yeah.
but I think I can
Maybe
go.
they mean your graphic. Is that what they mean? The head
no,
graphic?
I think the like because this guy doesn't have a head.
Oh, okay.
It's
Can
okay.
you
With
throw it?
Adobe Express, we can give him one.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's go to add content. Let's do media, and let's do I don't know. We'll just do face.
Yeah. You could also generate a face, I guess, if you wanted to get really creative with it.
I'm okay. I'm okay on that.
Just
let's
pop on a
yeah.
model.
Let's use this person and whoops, and then remove background. That'll take a second. Scale it down and okay, then we can erase. So I'm going to, instead of quick selection, so I want it to be like a little bit more precise.
That's really nice to have that control to actually go in and be able to erase the parts that you want
This
to.
man has a tiny head.
He looks a little small, yeah.
I'm gonna leave it.
Okay.
I'm leaving it like that.
Okay, Jess, so we do have one really good question for
Okay.
you, and it is why use Express versus InDesign for this particular project?
Okay, I'm actually not a big InDesign user.
Okay.
However, I have used InDesign and I can tell you that this is a lot more seamless. Everything is in here. You have all of your libraries, also one of my absolute favorite features. So you have brands, but you also have libraries.
And so what is the difference between the brand and the library, do you think?
I think that they're actually very similar, but you can apply brand, and then libraries, like you have just like a bunch of assets that you don't necessarily want to be part of the larger brand, but things that you may use in the brand.
Oh, maybe so for like individual projects, you'd have libraries
Exactly.
that are kind of separate from your brand?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, actually that is a really good way of putting it. I am
Cool.
going to group this together, and then I'm going to animate the head to maybe,
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
We're going to take the intensity down a little. So he's
Just
just
like
like
a little
he's
groove,
dancing,
right?
he's
Nice.
having a good time. And then I'm going to group this all together again, and we're just going to have it come in. Whoa, look at him go.
Awesome.
Go, Jeremy. Go,
All right,
Jeremy.
we have another really great question. And so Heather is asking if you can streamline the creation of multiple social media dimensions quickly.
Yes. Okay, so we have t-shirt here. We can go to resize. Whoop, spelled
Yeah,
that
so
wrong.
maybe like you've designed this pitch for your client, but you really like the pitch that you've created and you still want to get it out there. You want to publish it on social media as well. So
Yes.
super easy to resize.
So we're going to do an Instagram carousel and a YouTube thumbnail, and then we're going to hit duplicate and resize. What I really like about that is it's not erasing this. So this still exists, and you can go back and use it in the same dimensions, but now you have the extra ones as well.
Exactly. And it's literally just another page in your project, so it's all in the same like file together.
Yeah. Okay, realizing now that the YouTube thumbnail was actually the same size as the presentation, but
Okay.
we have this one here, and like, I think it did well. There are some things that I would edit, like probably bring this title thing up higher, maybe even like leave it down there, go halfway, t-shirt, and then make this a little larger. There we go.
Yeah.
And now, oh, I forgot to cut that part of the arm off. But you guys get the point.
Exactly.
So yeah, you can do that. And I actually think this, obviously, you know, the tiny head on his body looks a little bit weird, but maybe we can go into this even further and make this like a full-blown social media post. I know it's a little bit off track from where we started, but if you guys are up for it, so am I.
Well, actually, to get back to the client pitch deck, we have a really good relevant question.
Okay.
So Matthew is asking, does the client have to have Adobe Acrobat or Adobe Apps to view your project?
No. And that is what's great. And I actually didn't know that until last week when I sent a view-only link to a client, and I was like, he's not going to want to make an account. Didn't have to.
No.
You could just look through, swipe through. It's great.
Can you give us a little demo of how to do that, actually?
Okay.
Because I feel like it's such a hidden feature, but it's so handy.
So
it's what I use to kind of send to clients to be able to preview or to even just view my pitch deck online. And super nice.
So you're going to hit share up here. And then there's view only link. You can click it here. You can click it here. So I'm going to click the bottom. Display author, Jess Goldsmith. That's me. You can allow others to remix, which is cool because if you're sending it to a client and you're like, okay, this is the thing that I'm showing you. It's view only. You can't touch it. But if you want to like kind of redo this template and show me some edits that you would make, you know, and that way they're not ruining your work. They're not destroying anything.
But then they're just easily able to like add their changes and then you can fine tune it later.
Exactly. And as creatives, we all know how clients can be.
Yeah.
Sometimes they want all the creative control. It's like, you hired us for a reason, but like, okay, I'll let you play with the toy.
Yeah, but then I'll lock these elements so you can't touch them, right?
Okay. So it does take a little bit while for the link to generate because it has to. I almost feel like it's like creating like a temporary website in a way.
Yeah, almost.
You know?
Because it's like a link that is just accessible via browser.
Yes.
So you don't need Express, you don't need any Adobe accounts, you can just easily view it on desktop.
Exactly. And then you hit copy link, and then when you make edits, you're going to want to update the link. So if I'm showing it to the which is great also. I think you can do a live view link as well.
Right.
But it's great because if you're like in the middle of making edits and you don't want them to watch you live edit, which sometimes I do actually really like. I think you and I talked about that.
Yeah.
Where I'm like,
I had never thought about that.
Yeah, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. So you have the option to shut it off, which is great. Like you're not beholden to having somebody watch you work, which can be a little scary.
Yeah. But if you want that like collaborative kind of work session, then it's kind of cool.
Exactly.
Okay, someone was asking if you can actually bring in audio into your video.
You can. I'm not an audio person, and I actually don't think that we hooked that up because they asked earlier if I would be using audio, and I said I'm not. But yes, you can.
Okay.
So that is the answer.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm going to continue on to
the next
one.
Maybe you can show us, Julie has a really good question, how to actually go through and lock down certain elements if you want to be sending those templates to clients.
Okay, amazing. So let's say I don't want anybody to, they can change this shorter line, they can change the photos, but I don't want them to change this. So I'm going to just tap it and then go, whoops. Oh, I'm having an issue. You would click more and then it would be locked. It might be updating because of the share.
Oh.
It might be going, let's try it on a different page.
Okay.
Let's see. No, I'm having a little issue with it, but that is how you would do it, and then you would share as a template, and like that would be locked. They can't touch it.
It's literally like a lock icon, and once
they
you
can't
click the three
unlock
dots, you'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
You can unlock it, but the client won't be able to.
Yes, you can. Hopefully, that button will start working It's probably working
Alright.
on your computer, just not mine.
Yeah, I don't know if mine's even on, to be honest.
Yeah, you can try it if you want. Anyway, let's say, okay, I want to show them like a design on a coffee cup.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do drinkware merch.
Cool.
And I don't know, let's do like, make sure everyone remembers you while they're drinking their coffee. Now, I want to talk about what just happened here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what is called like dynamic text layouts, which also now exists in Photoshop, which is really exciting.
That is so cool.
Yes. And if I move this around, I know that my lines need to be fixed. So let's just do that, the line spacing.
Mm.
Great.
That looks so much better.
But if I also decide that, you know what, I don't want this to change at all, I can just go to default and then kind of like really customize that.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yes, but in text layouts, you hit dynamic and you have it like this. So I'm gonna get rid of these because, you know, they don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
And whoops. Drinkware is that what we would call it, drinkware merch? Drinkware?
I think that works.
Wait, is that
drinkware? That's like glasses and like.
Yes.
I think like a mug would fall
okay?
under
Cool.
drinkware. Yeah.
So let's find a mug.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's in my libraries. Whew.
Oh.
I got so scared. I went to the wrong thing. I went to my stuff.
They
I was
did
like-
update the interface a little bit yesterday.
Yes, they did. They did make it like easier and like better UX.
Yeah.
But you know, like if you're used to one thing and then you're like, wait, where'd it go? But that was
Totally.
also me not finding a thing. Let's do mug. And oh, okay. I like this because it comes back to this. It's like,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
so we're going again, remove background.
I love that.
And just, yeah, the remove background, it's nice also. Like it understands the background. I know that was an easy one,
Mm-hmm.
but there have been,
so fast.
there are images that I've used that were a little bit more difficult that it was able to like read it and get it properly. So that is great. And now let's see if we can put this design onto, am I not copying that properly? Maybe. Onto these. Oh. We're gonna forget that for right now. Hey.
You did.
Okay, drinkware merch. Let's add some more content elements. We'll do a smiley face. Super cute.
Oh, cute.
So we got questions in the chat.
Yeah, we got a couple of questions.
Okay.
Let me see. So someone is asking to share lockdown templates internally. Would you add them to brand or libraries?
I think it would just be in templates, like in your stuff.
Yeah, I think in
Is
your brand you can add templates.
Or is it theme?
Theme.
That's a good question. We'll find out for you. But either way, it is shareable and available. I think brands would make sense. Let's try that.
Yeah.
Let's do share. Well, can I share it with you? Convert to template. Let's try it right now. Oh, because I have the share link. So if it is view only link, you need to shut that off
Oh, I see.
before
okay.
you can make it a template. Oh, so I'm just going to delete link. Okay, and now I can convert to a template. It's a template or template.
Either way.
Chat, which is it? And then I can invite. So I don't have anyone to invite right now because, you know, we're live. But let's say I invite myself. Will it allow me to? We'll find out.
Yeah, I like how you can also just copy that link to send it via email
Yes.
or wherever else you want to send that link.
Hey girl, you rock. Let's do can edit. Invite to edit.
Awesome.
Okay. Oh, you already have access. Okay, but you get the idea. It's
Super simple.
The same way of going about it.
We do have another question
Okay, great.
from Matthew. He is asking, can you save and share a final file with other designers as an InDesign or another Adobe file? Like, can you kind of export an Adobe Express file and use it in other Adobe applications?
So you can, depending on how you export it. If you
Right.
export it as a PDF, then you can separate those layers. It won't be vector files. If you're putting it into Illustrator, that's like my greatest use case for it. But you can do the opposite. So I can open up an Illustrator file directly in here, and everything will be in layers and like ready to go. Let's see if I have something available that I can use. I didn't prepare that, but let's see if I have something.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to just be Illustrator.
Let's
You can
see.
bring in Photoshop files. You can bring in Adobe Fresco
Yeah.
files. And depending on the way that you import it,
I
you're
haven't
actually
tried
going
it
to
with
retain.
Fresco yet.
Yeah, you're going to retain
That's
your
cool.
layers.
Okay, so I'm going to show you this. This is something that I've been working on with Women of Type. This was imported
Cool.
from Illustrator. So everything, each individual piece here is separated, which, if you have something that's like pretty heavy, that can be annoying. But I feel like an easy way to kind of like get out of that is exporting this entire chunk, or not exporting it, putting that into your library, and then everything in your library will just come up. So your stuff, libraries, here we go.
Just kind of bringing in those separate elements and then reworking it to your
Exactly.
new project. Yeah.
So if I was
love
like
doing
creating a project that had like all these little stickers in it, I don't need this entire sticker to have its pieces cut out. I just need this
Yeah.
sticker, move it around. So
Exactly.
that makes it really easy, and it automatically updates too. So I can be working in Illustrator and creating like these really dynamic pieces and bring that to my library, and then it's immediately in the Express library. Well, it's the same one. But if somebody is in your brand, so like let's say we're working together and you're at home and I'm at home and I'm like, okay, I just put it in the library, you will be able to access it now, assuming that you have access to that library. So that's really super easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh, we're shutting down for the
I
day.
think-
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
I think we are at time already.
Amazing. Well, thank you for watching. Thanks for being here with us. Stay tuned. There's a lot more really interesting, fun, creative live streams coming your way.
There are so many exciting sessions today. Please stay tuned, you guys. And if you want to follow us online, I am Ashley Green. My Instagram is at AshSGreen.
And I am Jess Goldsmith, and you can find me at Chick of All Trade and at Women of Type.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. See you
Bye,
later.
guys.
Hi Adobe Live family! Welcome to day 2 live from Adobe MAX. I am so excited. I'm fangirling over here because I get to host today Christy Campbell, who is the founder of Pink Pony Creative.
Hello guys, I'm so excited to be here at Adobe MAX. It's my 4th MAX. It just keeps getting better, I tell you. It really does.
This is going to be so good, and honestly, Christy, I got to host you on Adobe Live before, and this is
Yes.
our second time at this.
I know, I love it, but this is live. We're here together.
It's here in
good,
person.
it's
It
good.
feels surreal. Christy, for anybody who doesn't know you, which should feel illegal, please go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you started your business.
Yeah, so I'm Christy Campbell. I describe myself as a creative cowgirl, but I am also the founder of Pink Pony Creative, which you mentioned. It's a small boutique agency in New Zealand, so I've come kind of far for this, but it's always worth the trip. We have about a team of 7 amazing women designers, and we create visual identities for businesses all over the world. I call it designing our clients' dreams and turning them into impactful realities, which is very cool. Our clients are like all things daring to be different, bold, playful, unapologetically themselves, which honestly, like looking back to where I was at university, I would never even believe that this is all here happening for me, and we do the work we do for our clients. It's just surreal. It's crazy. Crazy.
It's so amazing, and I feel like you've traveled, like you said, you traveled so far. You're here with some very special people today. Who did you bring with you to
Yes.
MAX?
A team of people, because I have a 8-month-old baby, so to bring him here and to have the support and make this all happen, I brought my husband, my mum and dad, my sister, who's our accounts manager at Pink Pony, and then I also brought our lead designer at Pink Pony, Gabby. So there's a fair few of us. It's a bit crazy.
I love this, and so we're so honored to have you here.
Thank you.
You have an incredible video that you'd love to show us, right, Christy?
I do. So I'll just play this. It's just going to loop, and we can talk through it.
Sounds good. What inspired you for your branding, by the way?
So my own branding, it's a funny story. So if you don't know my origin story, I started Pink Pony 5.5 years ago doing a 100-day design challenge, which seems a bit outrageous, really. So I was at another job, I was employed by a one-brand business, and it was an awesome company to work for, but I was just doing, the same stuff, working in the same colors and the same fonts, and I was really bored of what I was doing. I didn't feel creatively challenged, so I thought, what better way to actually just step outside my comfort zone and try and do this 100-day design challenge, where I'd create a piece of work every day for 100 days, post it on Instagram. And like when I started doing it, I sort of thought maybe this could turn into something, and then I think I got my first lead. Someone just messaged me on Instagram and said, I love what you do, could you do a logo for me? And I was like, this could actually be something, this could turn into something. And that's when I realized, let's register the company name, and the rest was history. But in terms of my name, because it started as such a casual challenge, I was like, let's give it a fun name. And I had a list of names that I loved. I wanted it to be personal without it being my own name. And this is going to sound so basic, but I loved pink and I loved ponies when I was younger.
I love that for you, by the way.
I know, and Pink Pony just kept coming back to me. Like, I was like, this has a ring to it. Like, this feels fun. So I just went with it. I ran with it. And not going to lie, there was a few people who were like, this is a bad idea. It's like, it's too playful for a professional agency. It's not going to work. And here I am, so.
One of the most iconic, biggest brand designers, agency owners in the world.
I wouldn't say
literally
that.
famous.
I wouldn't.
I'm sitting with like the queen of branding right
Oh,
here.
God.
That is such an incredible story, and I feel like one of the things that we're really going to dive into in this talk today is really building your confidence.
Yes.
And I want to start with saying, you mentioned this design challenge and it being so outside of your comfort zone.
Yes.
That is wild. Tell us a little bit more about how you became confident showing up on camera and most importantly, posting on social media.
Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, so this video that you've been seeing here, this is all like the agency work that we do today. But obviously it didn't always look like this. Definitely wasn't as pristine, as polished as that is there. So I'm going to show you guys, I'm just going to talk through a few things. This is going to give you a good overview and maybe build your own confidence, because we all have to start somewhere. It's really important to know. So, I mean, this is a bit of an overview as to what we are today. Here's my team, the awesome girls behind Pink Pony who also create the amazing design work. I'm not going to lie.
How many of there is you?
Well,
How many of there are
there's
you?
Seven of us. But so there's a
Wow.
couple of people who aren't in this shoot because we've grown
Right.
since then. We do have the iconic Pedro in here.
Yeah.
He is the giant life-size plastic horse that sits in our office. He's great. We love him. But So this is a really good overview as to my like 100-day challenge. So, you know, looking at this work, I've even come so far since then. But before my challenge, I was working for like 7 years following university, working for other brands, and I just never explored my own creative voice. I did not know who I was. I was just doing work that people told me to do, and I was like, okay, is this it? Is this what being a designer is about? And I felt really flat. So going to this challenge where I had like full creative control was massive for me. It was a pivotal moment. And I was just able to like explore new techniques and skills. And you can see a bunch of stuff here. Like people ask me all the time what this is, like how I created this challenge. And essentially I was just inspired by everything around me. Like I created a logo for my favorite coffee shop, you know, I created some pizza boxes, you know, I did some collages of me and my sister, just like fun stuff that enabled me to explore different things. But, you know, I had no idea that this would turn into something so much bigger. And I'm going to show that in a minute. But I thought I would show this because this is really fun for creative confidence. So this was my final year of school when I would have been like, 17? This work, it's a starting point, you know, it's a real starting point.
I want to say it's also like so wild to see like your hand drawings. And like this feels so special to see. Thank you.
Yes, this would have been like 2008 maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, like this was the final years of school. Obviously even like technology's come a long way. My logo designs have certainly come a long way.
Right.
And I remember in that time and during university, these are some of my things that I did at university. Like, I remember just feeling like I wasn't good. I wasn't that good. Why should I deserve to do this for a career? There was people who were so much better than me. But like, I think the biggest thing is just being persistent in something you love, and the opportunities will come if you put yourself out there. But that's the key, is actually putting yourself out there, because if no one sees your work, the opportunities aren't going to come to you. They're not just going to land in your lap just randomly one day. You do have to really reach out and put yourself out there.
It's so true, and I think like that's one of the things that we've seen even with the Adobe Live community is everyone's so afraid to show up because, you know, they're like, I'm not where I want to be in my career, or there's people that are better than me, or there's a bit of imposter syndrome because they see the highlight reels of people like yourself who have spent years building your brand and have been there, done that, and are still kind of going through different struggles today. But it's intimidating when you have that comparison happen. Do you ever experience that for yourself, imposter syndrome comparison?
Every single day. I had someone come up to me yesterday. She was this absolute darling, and she bawled her eyes out, and one of her questions was, do you feel imposter syndrome? Aww. She was just a student, and I was like, every single day, even before I did my session here, spoke on stage in front of like 300 people, I was questioning myself. Is what I'm saying like interesting? Are people going to find it fascinating? Will they take away something? I think we would all be lying to ourselves if all of us didn't feel some kind of imposter syndrome at some point in our life. And I think imposter syndrome is almost a superpower because it means you care. It means you really care about what you do, which is a good thing. So like, don't be afraid of imposter syndrome. Just know it's there and tackle it on its head. Like, the more you do something, the more your confidence is going to grow. As simple as showing your face on camera for social media. Just start small, you know, just take a photo, share what you're doing that day. And then the next day, maybe you're going to just talk a little bit about what you're doing that day. Like, just build it up really slowly. But at the end of the day, your phone is the opportunity and the doorway to those opportunities. So it's massive.
Right. This is such great advice. And speaking of confidence too, how do you create confidence in pitching yourself for projects or with clients?
Yes. Okay. I actually really do think that this is all about your social media confidence and your ability to showcase how you can showcase your process. You know, we could show, here's this final piece of work, but I think it's more interesting seeing your process in that work. So if you can break down your final product into more of a story, you know, what's the hook? What's the problem you're trying to solve for a project? And then what's the resolution? That will actually help sell what you do far beyond just showcasing your end result. Even as simple as when I go to hire people, I find the same thing. Like, sure, you can show me an end result, but I want to see how you got there. Like, show me the sketches, show me the illustrations, show me like a messy artboard. I want to see all that. Like, it's very interesting, and it shows that you've got like all the skills to get to a certain specific solution. Yeah.
Right. I love that so much. So you ended up in university. This is your work during university. What comes next?
So yeah, obviously, I had illustration in me. Like I'm like looking at this, like I was actually all right at drawing, like not bad. But following university, yeah, dove into trying to find my first job. I don't know about you, but finding my first job following university was so hard. I like worked my butt off for 6 months.
Right.
And I kept getting the same answer. Like I would get some interviews and they were like, you're a good designer, but you just don't have the right experience. And I was like, but aren't you looking for a junior designer? And technically they don't have experience. So it made no sense to me. But I just got told no time and time again. And I was honestly going to give up hope. I was like, I don't know if this is for me. 6 months in of trying to find a job out of university and I was going nowhere. So my dad actually had some contacts in a company, and he managed to get me an internship that I just worked for free for a few months. And I just showed them all that I could do. Like I worked my butt off, even though I was working for free. And at the end of those like 3 months, they actually offered me a role.
Wow.
That's how I got my first job. So if you are in that process and you're feeling deflated and you're like, I can't get a job, I'm getting interviews or I'm not even getting an interview, don't give up, because it is so tough to get the job. It's more about the people you know. Doesn't matter if they're in the design industry or not, but lean on them.
I love that. And jumping into like, you do hire, you have an agency. What do you look for when you're hiring someone?
Oh, so obviously they have to have some good base skills and knowledge and to be able to showcase that in your work. But I really do look for people who are truly passionate about design. They care about design, they want to know the process, and they care about learning new features. Their ability to pick up things quickly is also very important to me. And the other skills that I really look for that you can't really train someone is certainly things like just hardworking. Someone who's timely, who shows up on time. Those kind of like soft skills that you can't really change in someone. You can learn how to design. I can teach you. So if you can show me that you've got these base skills, but you are a really hard worker, you're driven, you want to be there, that's what I want. That's the passion that I want, so that I can teach you all the other things, down the line. There's so many other things that I look for, but that definitely helps.
I love that. This is so juicy.
Oh, is it good?
This is so good. I also wanted to call out Bree in the chat who says, Christy, I loved your Max presentation at last year's Max. I got so much out of it and was so inspired.
Oh, that's so lovely. Again, like it's my imposter syndrome. I go into these and I'm like, no one's going to care. Why would anyone take anything away? So hearing all these comments, it means like more to me than I could even describe, because it's amazing. It's amazing. It's honestly amazing.
I love this. Okay, let's jump back into your presentation.
Yeah, so this is just a bunch of work that I've personally done over the years. It's funny, as a designer now who's got an agency and a team of people, I do more passion projects than actual projects because I don't have the time to dive into the client work as much as I used to. So I'll quickly create a passion project that might take me like a few hours and share that on social media. But some of these are real clients, for sure. So this is just a bunch of my work, obviously very playful, dare to be different, bold energy. And then this is some of the work that my team have done. So everything that I've done, I've now taught them, they take away, and they've brought that same energy and style into the work that they create, which is very cool. I feel so blessed for the clients that we have at Pink Pony. Like this kind of stuff, like I'm just like, the university self of, like my little university self could not believe what we do today. And like all of that has turned into this, I went in a couple of years ago, Adobe MAX, sat next to Chris Do, and we were chatting, and I couldn't believe that I was sitting next to him. And then, he walked past me the other day, and he was like, Christy, how was your session? And not gonna lie, I did walk away. Chris, if you're watching this, I did fangirl a little bit. I was like, he knows who I am. But he's great, love him, So like I wouldn't have any of these opportunities without social media right there. So get yourself on socials, guys. Like it is scary, but what can come out of it is so much more amazing that you could even your wildest dreams could literally be answered. They truly could.
That is so incredible. And for anybody who has, let's say, no social presence, what would your steps be to start showing up as a designer or creative on socials?
You know what? I'm going to say, do what I did. Make a little challenge for yourself. Give yourself, I'm not saying do 100 days because that was a lot.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was tough. Like there were days I really didn't want to do it. maybe it's just 5 days. Give yourself a challenge. Okay, I'm going to start my socials. I'm going to set myself a 5-day challenge. And all that is going to look like, I'm just going to share a small piece of work for 5 days. Whether that's, it could be as simple as like share a cool color palette you've pulled together, or maybe some like typography that you love. Or maybe it's a logo that you've created for your favorite cafe. Keep it simple. It doesn't need to be anything crazy, just to build your confidence, you know? Like, just get yourself out there, because that is the first step. But just know that all of this, it took 5.5 years, and then even before that, all of this technically took 7 years before all of this. So it takes a long time. You just cannot expect it to happen overnight, that's for sure.
It's so important, and I think like this is the thing, is we see everyone's highlight reels.
Yes.
So you sometimes don't get to see like the behind the scenes of like the crying and the things that we go through too. So just keep in mind that when you are on social media, even one of the things is like protecting your social battery. I don't know if this is important for you.
Yes, I know what you mean. Like,
Yes.
I am very much of a, do you mean like in a social situation?
Honestly, more so online. And the way that I look at this is like, if you feel like, let's say you see an account that you love, or somebody that you know in the creative space, but you're finding yourself comparing a lot, or like it's triggering you in some way, I'm like the big fan of the mute button.
Oh my gosh, yes. Like, all the way. Like, there was a, I'm not going to name her, there was a designer that I really looked up to, and I love her stuff. She's honestly amazing. One of my like top tier inspirations. I actually muted her for a while because I found myself really comparing and feeling like, oh no, she's doing all these amazing things, and I was just, I was comparing myself, so I did mute her for a while, but I muted her like a while ago. So, but I don't want to name her but she's amazing.
And
Like,
it's
she's
not
amazing.
even anything to do with the other person. Sometimes you just need to like protect your own mental health, especially when you're showing up in such a vulnerable way online.
Definitely.
And
Even
that's
things
important.
like the vanity metrics. We all like, sadly, it's hard not to compare yourself to all of that.
Yeah.
I saw this really cool video the other day about someone who showcased a visualization of how many people, like 100 people look like in a room, and then she did 200, and then she did 2,000. And like, you know, for the average person here, 2,000 views might be not that much, but like when you saw 2,000 people in a room, I was like, wow, that's a lot of people. So like, just remember, those people are like specific numbers. Obviously there's bots and things, but you know, we won't go into that. But yeah, any view is a big view. You never know who it's reaching. So don't try not to compare yourself to those numbers, because at the end of the day, like, that's where you can really start to slip down a scary hole, and we don't want to be doing that.
It's so true. I have a question for you, Christy, which is, what do you think community means when it comes to confidence? Is there a connection?
Yes, I truly believe that. You know, like, at the end of the day, I mean, it's as simple as getting my first job was about that network. It was about connection at the end of the day. It wasn't about what I did. It was people we knew. That's exactly how I got my first job. Even coming into what we do at Pink Pony, some of my biggest clients now have been people that I actually previously worked with at other companies. So community is connection. Like, it's literally about people you know. And as soon as you can make that like person-to-person connection, shake their hand, give them a hug, you're going to be so much more top in their mind than anyone else, because you've literally met them. It's huge, it's massive. And I mean, from all the way to the other side of the world, as someone who's in New Zealand, being able to now be here, like connect with people, actually see and chat to everyone in the design community is just awesome. And it really does fill your cup. You walk away being like, wow, this feels so good. Yeah, it's very cool.
I love that so much. And it's funny because I think like without community, like it would feel very lonely. You wouldn't be able to share the ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, like, and truly feel like you're not doing this by yourself.
Yes, and it's as simple as, you know, someone else yesterday, again, they were talking about imposter syndrome, and I said to her, everyone in this room would have felt that, but she was like, really? Are you sure? I feel like I'm the only one. I'm like, you are not the only one. As soon as you chat to someone, make that connection, you'll understand that you're like, everyone feels the same feelings that I do, especially with things like the creative community. There's all these certain like common threads that come up. We all feel that way.
I love that. Let's talk about your Max presence, your appearances, your speaking. Let's talk about confidence there. Like, what has that been like for you?
Okay, yeah, well, it was funny. I was probably a year and a half into my business, having no public speaking experiences before, and I just get this casual email from Adobe MAX, and they were like, hey Christy, how would you feel about coming to LA and speaking at Adobe MAX? And I read it and I was like, is this spam? Like, is this real? I couldn't believe it. And I'd never public spoke before. I was the girl at school who would stand up on stage, go bright red, literally stutter, have to have a sheet of paper like this close to my face because I was so nervous, probably forget every word even though I'm reading off a sheet. I was terrible, to be honest. So being asked as public speaker, I was like, is this a good idea? Should I do this? But of course I'm going to say yes. Like, this is a massive opportunity that could turn into other opportunities. So I said yes. I didn't quite believe it until I finally got to Adobe MAX. And I realized I got on stage, I was so nervous, like, my gut was turning and my lips were dry. But I realized at the end of that session, I was like, I love public speaking. And then from there, it would just has kind of skyrocketed. I still feel the same feelings, still get nervous. Like yesterday, I literally had a bit of a sore tummy like all day, but it was just nerves.
Right.
And as soon as I finish, I'm like buzzing, like I'm so buzzing. It's great.
I can't imagine if you had said no.
I know, I couldn't imagine either. It would be so sad because I would literally,
know.
I've made so many friends here. Even the first year that I came here, which was 4 years ago, I brought my husband and he's just come back this year. So, he missed the gap. And I think he's even like, well, so many more people than the first year. Like, it's crazy.
I'm telling you, Christy is famous.
No,
she's famous.
definitely not.
We have a comment in the chat. It says, Christy, do you ever feel burnout from designing? I love designing, but feeling a little more like a robot churning designs out of my home at the moment.
Yes. Oh my gosh, definitely feel this way. My biggest, I've got a few tips here, and I'm sure you've done a few of these, but exercise for me is such a key thing to help with burnout. Although you might be feeling tired and drained, it doesn't need to be like a 10K run. It simply needs to be a walk in fresh air. That's like exercise that can do you so much good. As well as even even if there's a due date, take a day. Just literally be like, I'm going to not think about this for a day. I'm going to feel so much better if I come back to it. I remember especially growing my business in the first year, I was working so much, so many overtime hours, and I got to a point even I was working on Saturdays and Sundays, and I was burning myself out, and I was like, I need to have a break. I need to have Sunday off at least. And I did, and it helped immensely. So just breaks, even doing things like calling up someone you love, chatting with them about, I don't know, your favorite TV show, all those little things help, just bring you back down, de-stress you. It's good, it's worth it.
I love that so much. And I want to also ask you too, personal question is, what about confidence in packaging your design work, presenting to clients? That's probably a big thing. And I know I see your series where you talk about just showing a logo versus the entire brand development with the mock-ups and everything. Do we want to chat about this a bit?
Yes, oh my gosh. So this is an interesting one because I've always felt as an agency, I'm like, do I need to do something different here? So I'll talk through our process. So we basically will talk with the client on a big strategy call. A lot of them are international, so we never really meet in person. And then we go ahead and do creative directions, which is mood boarding. They choose a mood board. We work through that. We then do the concept creation, and then we pitch it to them. But when we do that, we actually just send it to them in an email. And I've always wondered, should we be literally jumping on a Zoom call with them and talking through everything? I compared myself to others because that's what they were doing. But to be honest, this has worked for me for 5.5 years, and no one's ever complained about it. No one's ever said, I want to talk through, I would rather do this over Zoom. Everyone likes the process, so why change something if it's working? So I've just stuck with that. So we just pitch. We basically pull together the full proposal, write lots of strategy notes, we send it through, but then I want to give them time to review it, digest it, really think about it. But then we always do say, hey, look, give us some feedback, or we can talk through on a call and talk in depth about everything. So that's how we pitch. And it works. It works well. So, why change something if it's not broken,
True. And when you do receive feedback, which I'm sure you do because everyone does.
Oh my gosh, all the time.
How do you navigate that while still being confident in the work that you provided? Because I think a lot of the times in the creative space, you become personally attached to your projects.
Yes, and I was for so long. I got really upset if people would come at me with negative feedback, and I felt personally attacked. So we feel you, we hear you, it happens to the best of us. But the more it happened, the more negative feedback I got. I actually felt more confident, and I realized it's not about who I am, it's simply about the work. I also kind of relate it to music preferences, right?
Right.
If I was a music producer and I did a type of music, I shouldn't expect everyone to like my music. It's just not in our DNA. What you like might not be what I like. So why should we expect design to be the same thing? we cannot expect everyone to have the same tastes.
Right.
So, and that's not on them. It's just what they like. It's just what they dislike. So that's how I try and like break it down and think about it. It's someone like Swifty. She's the best in the world at what she does, but she'll have a lot of people who don't like what she does, but it's not. It's just a personal preference.
Right.
At the end of the day.
That doesn't mean that she's not amazing at what she does. Just, and I think this is too with showing up online why it's so important, because when you are showing up online and you're showing your vibe and your style, you're going to attract the right people that resonate with that too.
Yes. I mean, there's always negative feedback and comments, and especially on social media, but I call that good for the engagement.
Yes.
Always good for the engagement.
All engagement is good engagement.
Yeah, and then if they're really harsh, just block them. Just delete it. Get rid of it. We don't need to see it. Because it is true. Like, you get 10 great comments, one bad one can completely flip everything. In the past, I've had a cry about it, and then I'm like, okay, I've had a cry about it. I'm going to push that to the side and move on. I'm better than this,
For sure. And I'm curious to know, too. Everything's like, I'm so curious. I feel like this is a
gosh.
personal one-on-one mentorship happening.
I love it.
I'm curious to know, Christy, too, with your team, like, how do you manage different creative geniuses, too, right? Like, and kind of that feedback, I'm sure, comes into play, too.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. This is a good question. So it was an interesting thing to navigate, because I never went into business wanting to be a boss, wanting to employ people, but now I have. But what I found was, everyone's got their strengths. And so if you can work out what their strengths are, you can actually cater the project to those strengths. Someone might come to us with, say, they have an editorial vision. They feel like it's going to be a really sort of elevated vibe. I've got a certain designer who I feel would be good for that. So I do give them projects that are catered to them. But sometimes I find I get a project where I'm like, I don't know who to give this to. So we look at it collectively like a challenge. I'm going to give you the project, and most likely this is going to be what they learn the most on. So it's a really important skill for them to just go into that and learn as much as they can. And they'll come away. It'll be frustrating and hard for them, but they'll be like, I learned so much in this process and that project. Hopefully that answered the question. I'm like,
it did. And this has been so juicy too.
Oh,
You've
good.
come with so many really good tidbits here. We have a lot of big fans in the comments. Where should they continue following you if they are not yet already?
Definitely my Instagram, Christy the Pink Pony. But you can also follow our agency Instagram, which is just Pink Pony Creative. I'm also Pink Pony Creative on lots of other platforms. So definitely give me a follow and let me know if you have any other questions.
I love this. Thank you so much, Christy. This truly was so incredible. And we're going to go ahead and flash up our Max live stream schedule. We are here all day celebrating all the big announcements and bringing in a bunch of different fun guests today live from the conference floor. So definitely make sure that you tune in. Don't go far, and we will see you in the next one. Thank you so much for tuning in, Adobe Live family.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
And thank you, Christy. You're the best.
Yay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next session of Adobe Live. I am so excited to be here with a special guest. So first I want to introduce myself. My name is Pei Ketron. I am the photography community lead at Adobe. So I'm on the community team and I work on our community programs and events, primarily for the photography category. And I'm very excited to welcome a special guest today, Ana Alexia Basile, who is a photographer based out of San Francisco, and that's actually where I'm based as well. We know each other, and we've known each other for a few years now, and it's so fun to be able to connect here on the show floor at MAX, and we haven't really had a lot of chance to talk while we've been here, so I'm excited to get caught up with you during this hour. But I wanted to say that Ana Alexia is a fashion portrait, commercial photographer. She does incredible work, and I've never actually gotten to witness her editing process before. So this is kind of like a special treat for me to be able to see how Ana edits her photos. And just to kind of ground us today, I wanted to share that Ana is going to be working in Lightroom Desktop and not Lightroom Classic. So if you're tuning in and you're unfamiliar with, if you think Lightroom looks a little bit weird, it's just because it's a different version of Lightroom on the desktop. We call it just Lightroom. It used to be called Lightroom CC, and it is the version of Lightroom that can sync across the cloud to all of your different devices. So you can sync from desktop to mobile to web, to your tablet. So all of the things that we're talking about today are, we're going to be covering a couple things actually. So we're going to be talking a lot about Ana's editing process in general. So that will include some features that have been in Lightroom for a very long time. And then also, because we're here at MAX, as you guys know, I forgot to mention this in the beginning, but this is day 2 of Adobe MAX. We are streaming live from the show floor. You guys probably already know that, but in case you don't, there is a ton of content that we're streaming throughout the day. We have a couple more hours of it today, more tomorrow. You can watch any of the replays from yesterday as well. Everything's available online. There have been really wonderful guests who have been sharing all sorts of cool things that we've been announcing at MAX. So for today, for this session, what we're going to focus on is Lightroom. Ana's going to be talking about some of the new features that we announced yesterday in Lightroom, and just showing us her editing process in general that may or may not include the new features. So, Ana, hi. After that long spiel, thank you for bearing with me. How are you feeling?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for being here with me today and for hosting me, Pei. I'm sure those of you that have tuned in before know that Pei is also an incredible photographer in addition to her work with Adobe. And as she said, we're here at MAX. It's been amazing. I have to say, my favorite thing, aside from, of course, meeting and interacting with all of my favorite people and meeting new folks, is going to the labs. And I am a Lightroom girly through and through. I do work in Lightroom Classic primarily, but the beauty of everything that I'm going to show you all today is that pretty much everything that I'm doing in Lightroom, you can do in Lightroom Classic. So even if you're a Lightroom Classic user, totally cool. You can take all of this information and use it in your regular workflow on the program that you know and love and recognize. So my Max has been amazing. How has it been for you?
Exhausting. Exhausting. It's always, I push myself too hard, but I love it, right? It's my favorite conference. So many people I know from the community are here, and a lot, for us on the Adobe side, we're flying in tons of people from around the world, and there are people that we've worked with for years and we may or may not have ever had the chance to meet before. So for us, it's like a little reunion as well. It's like doubly fun because there's like twice as many people we want to see and talk to as just like a regular attendee. So it's been really, really fun. There's been a lot of photography events happening, community things going on. The Lightroom release is really exciting.
Oh
so
my
gosh. I'm
gosh.
like very excited for you to share things with people, because the things that you're going to show are like some of them can be very life-changing, even though they're very simple. So
100%.
I'm excited.
And that's something that I always say and something that I always think about whenever I'm participating in something like this. And the reason that for me Adobe MAX feels so valuable is because, I'm 36 years old. I haven't been in school since grad school, and yet I really love to continue my education. I love to continue learning, refine my craft, improve on my workflow. And so this is just such an incredible opportunity if you've never been or if you've never tuned in, even from around the world, which you can do. It's just a really incredible opportunity to just fine tune your craft. And at the end of the day, like Pei said, you literally can just walk away with one small tip that just completely changes your workflow and alters the course of how
of
you
your
edit
career,
imagery.
I think, for some people,
Yes.
honestly. Yeah, because it's like photo, video, design, AI, just like anything that you can imagine from like a creative standpoint, you can learn here. So that's actually like we weren't intending to do this, but that's a really good plug for like Adobe MAX in general sure is incredible for you to be able to come here, but it is not accessible to everyone, right? So what you should know if you're viewing from home is that Adobe MAX is actually free and available to anyone to stream online, right? So you can stream our keynotes, you can stream many of the sessions, and you can also stream sessions that were created specifically for our virtual audience. So there's a ton of content. You just have to tap into it. It's free, available online at any point in time. So
very worth it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, without further ado,
should we
let's
start looking at some photos?
Yeah,
look at
let's jump
Lightroom.
in. So we're gonna switch to my screen here, and I kind of have a mix of photos here. I have a mix of like some iPhone photography that I shot on my honeymoon this February. My husband Matt and I were in Brazil, and just, oh my gosh, I mean,
That's amazing.
beyond beautiful space, just like absolutely stunning. As you can see, there was no one on the beach. We were just completely alone.
Wonderful moment of solitude right there.
Yeah, exactly. Just like a sunset, a solo sunset, just so romantic. But it was just like a really, really magical trip. You know, those photos were shot in Rio. These were shot in Lençóis Paranhenses, which is this really magical space of like rolling sand dunes. There's an impermeable rock beneath, so all of the rainwater collects throughout the year and just creates these like really magical, dreamy pools. And so today I'm going to be working on a couple iPhone photos because we all have this incredible tool in the back of our pockets all the time, and we can get some really amazing shots. And editing, even just spending less than 5 minutes editing a photo can really take it to the next level. And then we're also going to go into a couple of like, you know, more of sort of like my fashion, styly, professional work as well. And we're just sort of going to also cover some new Lightroom features, which for me is always my favorite part of all.
Yeah, it's cool to see all the new stuff. I wanted to mention really quickly, so you mentioned the iPhone photos, and I did mention that everything in Lightroom syncs across all of your different devices. One thing I would love to call out is that most of the features that are available in Lightroom on the desktop are also available in Lightroom Mobile. So Lightroom Mobile is not really a light version of Lightroom. It is fully featured Lightroom with pro editing workflows that are available on your phone. So it's pretty incredible. So just about everything that she's going to be showing you, you can also do on your phone. So it's very powerful.
Speaking of having a tool in your back pocket.
Yeah.
So we are going to jump in, and what do you think? Do we want to start off with like some of the iPhone photos, or do we want to start off with some of the raw files? What are you feeling?
I'm wondering if, I mean, how do you feel about things? Like, do you want to, because the new features are so exciting,
I
we've
know.
already talked about them.
I wanted to tease you all and be like, you have to wait until the end, but we can also jump right into it too. Should we jump into it?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
And then because like your workflow ones are, we can kind of spend a lot of time to like dive into those one, you know, like your actual work.
That sounds great. All right. So yesterday I went to an incredible lab. Truly my favorite thing to do while I am here in terms of my education is to go to the labs. The labs are a little bit different than regular sessions because you are actually sitting in front of a computer. Everyone is at their own station, and you are essentially editing photos together. And one of the coolest things that I learned about yesterday can be found. So if you go over here to your editing tool, and then we're just going to scroll down to point color, which I'm sure most of you know about. But there's this really fantastic feature down here called variance. And before we work in that, I'm actually just going to zoom in a little bit on the model's face. This is a stock photo. This is not an image that I shot, but I wanted to use this because it just is such an incredible example. It does such a great job of showcasing what it is that this new feature does. So we're gonna go over here, and then I am gonna come over here, sorry, not to my masks, but to my little healing tool, and I'm just gonna sort of like clean up the skin a little bit. Now, I'm gonna use the healing tool instead of remove because I don't actually need to generate anything on her skin, right? It's not like I'm removing a person and I need to see what's in the background. We're just sort of wanting to like clean up a little bit of the blemishes. And so here, I'm just gonna go in and just sort of like lightly clean up a little bit of these spots. Now, I like to think about this as sort of like, you know, when you get your hair done, it's like cut and colored because why would you color something that like isn't gonna be there?
I have never heard that analogy before, but of course you would have that analogy for me, and it's so accurate. So I love that.
And so, you know, I'm just gonna go in here, and I mean, I am someone that actually really likes to have like a hair out of place and for things to be like a little wonky. But you know, when it comes to like a studio shoot, like we might want to sort of like go in and sort of, you know, really like refine the skin. So here, if we want to see what, you know, this looks like before and after, we can just, you know, take a look. All right, so we are in
press
here.
the backslash key.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right, so super fast. I mean, we just made those like really, really, really easy changes. And now what we're going to do is head on over to our primary editing features, and when we scroll down here, you'll see, make sure that point color is expanded. Sometimes, you know, it kind of like, people will ask me, oh, where is this, you know, where is this tool that I'm looking for? It's a great idea generally to just expand everything. I like to do this because then this way you can easily find, everything that you need as you're scrolling through. So
Can I share something really quickly?
Yes.
So,
like, what am I turning
I
something
know.
off?
No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. So we have asked Anna to show Lightroom desktop today, which is not where you're most comfortable. So thank you for being willing to do this. One of the reasons why we're talking about Lightroom is because it is what we think the future of Lightroom will be, and we can talk about, that's a whole separate conversation. But the important thing to know, and why I interrupted you just then, is basically to say, a lot of people, especially newer photographers, sit down with Lightroom Classic, and there are so many controls everywhere. There are sliders everywhere you look, and some people have equated it with sitting down in the cockpit of an airplane and not knowing what to do. So when we built a brand new Lightroom, we wanted to kind of fix some of the things that we had heard from people that were more on the negative side, right? Like, it's too overwhelming for me, I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do. If you're an established photographer and you've been in Lightroom Classic forever, that was the only thing that you had when you started, you are very well versed in how to use it. But for newer users, they don't feel so comfortable stepping in. So what we did with Lightroom, we very intentionally simplified the UI. We did not simplify like what it can do, we just simplified the UI. And the reason why there are all those little, I like to call them carrots, just like those little triangles. Those are called like, I can't think of what they're called right now, but the reason why when they're all collapsed when you open it is because we don't want to overwhelm people with all of the sliders all at once. So if you're an experienced photographer and you've been using Classic for a while, or even Lightroom for a while, like mine are almost always fully expanded. Yours, you would want them to be expanded as well. But like, if you're a new user coming in, you don't know where to start, it is great to poke around, and we like to call it progressive disclosures. So, right, like as you dig in, as you dive in, you can open up a carrot and reveal more, right? So everything is there that is in Lightroom Classic, but it might just be tucked away a little bit so we don't overwhelm new users with it. So that's kind of why it is the way it is. So I just wanted to call that out. And I also wanted to mention, I don't know if you were planning on doing this, but if you're going to show variants on the skin, you can also show how point color works within a mask. So you can create that face mask and just target the variant slider so it's only changing her facial skin.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. So I see that Andres in the chat says that they're also confused between the difference of maybe Lightroom Classic and Lightroom. So thank you, Pei, so much for showing us and explaining to us the difference.
Of course.
So as Pei mentioned, you know, if this feels overwhelming, don't expand everything. I personally enjoy because I just want to see everything that I'm looking at. So the reason that we're talking about color variance today is because when we look at this image here, you'll see that there is this, like undeniable sort of variance in the model's face skin. So in here, when we're looking at her face, you might notice that, we have this like cute kind of like pink cast. And at first when I saw this, I thought, oh, this is intentional. It's something with hair and makeup. They want to make her look cold, or maybe she's supposed to be sick. And then upon further inspection, I realized that it just was, a variation in her skin. And we run into this all the time. I notice this a lot in my portrait photography when you are working with someone and you get this great shot and like their eyes look amazing and the hair is perfect and their posture is great. But, they might have rosacea, or, maybe they like ran to the shoot and are just like really warm. And so we naturally get that flush in our cheeks. And while of course, like I embrace the way everyone looks, sometimes it's a little distracting and we want to adjust for that. So what Pei was mentioning before, what she had suggested, creating a mask on this person's face. So what we're going to do is come over here to our masking section, and once we click on that, down here, just make sure that people is expanded, and it's going to scan the image and find where the person is in the photo, identify them, so that we can now individually mask specific parts of the person's face. Now, what does that mean? That essentially means that if I click on this person, see how the entire person is highlighted red? So we can either select the entire person, or we can select individual parts of the person. So here, I'm just toggling over them. You'll notice that the facial skin only is highlighted. If we scroll down here, body skin. This is a really, really, really refined tool, because as you'll notice, this isn't a person in like normal clothes, for example, right? Like normally someone would be standing, even if they were wearing long sleeves, their hands would be someone else. The fact that it has identified that she's doing this and has recognized her fingers, and look at the precision in here. I mean, it's just incredible. Same thing, we can mask, eyebrows, the eye sclera. This is a word that I learned a couple years ago at Max when this feature came out.
We all learned that word when this feature came out. I had to Google it. So
yeah, I was like, sclera. Okay, so the white of our eyes, which you can see this is a little spooky, iris and pupil. We can, do the lips, teeth, which is really fantastic because you can just add a filter that just like whitens them. Obviously hair and clothes. So in here, just sort of, we're going to jump ahead a little bit, but I'm actually going to create a mask for all of the things that I'm going to work on. So here I'm going to select her facial skin. I'm also going to select her hair because she has absolutely incredible hair, and I really want to highlight that. So here, what we want to do is you always want to make sure that you have create 2 separate masks checked. If you don't, it's going to group those masks together, and any adjustment that I was trying to make to her face would also apply to the hair, and we don't want that because these are very different parts of the body that require different things. So I'm going to create the mask. Now, when you are in here, we always love to say that it really makes a lot of sense to rename
your layers,
name them. I'm a little bit bad, so I don't always do that, especially.
You just hit that little arrow up at the top right, and it'll pull out.
Yeah, especially when I'm only working with 2. But here, great, it renamed them for us. So what I'm going to do now is I have the facial skin selected, and then what I am going to do...
Let's see that variance slider. It's so cool.
I know, it's literally the best thing on earth. So I'm going to scroll down, and down here at point color, I'm going to select my dropper tool. And again, what we're trying to do is just create more harmony within the skin, right? We don't want it to feel so contrasty. So you can see that over here we have sort of like this like really red area. I kind of want to choose a part of the skin that's like an in-between that is, a little bit more reflective of what I imagine the skin tone to look like when the person, didn't run up like 12 flights of stairs. So I'm going to select down here. Now, when you go over here and you look at variance, if we slide the variance slider all the way to the right, it's going to create more contrast between those colors. So as you can see, it looks like we've put the most psycho blush on this person there was. And then instead, when we draw the variance slider to the left, it actually constricts that contrast and it creates a lot more harmony within the image. So I can pull this all the way over. I'm not going to do that because now it just kind of feels like this person has like cakey foundation on, and we really want to we want to maintain definition in the skin, and also we want it to look realistic, like good but real. And one of my favorite quotes when it comes to photo editing, like, you know, any part of the skin, if there's like a pimple or a mole, is that if it'll be there tomorrow, leave it in.
Yeah,
and
or like in a couple days, right?
Exactly. Yeah. For sure. So yeah, right. You're like, that pimple will be there
still
tomorrow.
Be there tomorrow, but give me a few days and hopefully it'll be gone.
So here, you know, I'm gonna draw that variance slider to the left a little bit, and I do not mind that there is a little bit of like variance in the skin where her cheeks
natural,
are.
right?
It's
like,
natural.
You don't want to get rid of it entirely.
Exactly, but I do want it to like not be so red per se. And so here, if we look at the before and after of literally just using color variance, I mean, it's insane. Yeah. I feel like this is, at least for me, this was the thing where yesterday I was like, this is what I'm walking away with and using every single time I edit an image.
If there's only one thing a photographer walks away from Max having learned, it should be this variance slider.
Yes.
This variance slider is super cool. Like, everybody who, when they see that, this is so hard to edit otherwise, right? This is one of those like, oh, I need to like go into Photoshop and do some serious work on it. It's so cool.
100%. And it's non-destructive.
Yeah.
And that is like the beauty of these masks. And so, you know,
you can always like, tweak it later. If you don't land on your skin color that you want, you have all of the other point color sliders that you can use to like shift the saturation or the hue of the skin. So
yes. All right.
So powerful.
I want to know what all of you in the chat think about this. Let us know where you're calling in from, and also, do you think that you'll use this feature, and are you using it today when you edit your photos?
Have you downloaded the new version of Lightroom?
Yes, do that too.
Because it is in there, ready for you, especially portrait photographers who need to do this type of thing. But it also works on like landscape photographs as well. So anytime you want to either add contrast or reduce contrast between the colors of a certain part of your image, I would actually be curious. I know you're going to edit her hair. I would be curious about what it looks like if you add variance to her hair. Right, because that could add some like interesting
cool
contrast.
Definition.
I'd be interested if we.
Let's check that out. So I'm just going to show you all really quick. So you know, we have variance right here, and then range. Range just means like how much color are we sort of like allowing into this equation versus, you know, how much are we constricting it. So here, when I draw that slider all the way to the right, you'll see. I feel like it's sort of like, let's see, like to the left. I feel like it almost like brings in a little bit of the pink, whereas to the right, we're sort of keeping it more within those like warmer neutral tones.
I have a secret for you.
Ooh.
There is another little pull down carrot right there. And that expands and shows you the range a little bit more. And then additionally, right at the top, right there, is another carrot. And so if you go to your range and slide that, you should see the colors in that color field, in that square color field.
Wow.
You'll see how much or how little of the color range you're impacting. And then you can either expand that or shrink that by sliding that slider or by shifting any of these sliders below it, right, where those little rectangle boxes are.
I love it. And so we're literally seeing a visual representation up here of those colors being constricted or expanded. Yeah, fantastic.
That's super cool.
So let's take a quick look now at her hair. So the layer is named. We know where to go.
So helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
We've clicked on the hair. And so just a quick tip here, you know, if you are ever working with a mask, and I will say, I feel like this did a really, really, really good job of sort of getting all of her ringlets in. But say that, for example, I don't know, let's just like add a fake mistake here. Like, say that there was something, you know, that happened in here and we were like, that's not the hair, we don't like that, we're not trying to edit this part. You can really easily just subtract it out using the brush, and just sort of like erase that selection so that you're only working within the space that makes sense to you. So now that we are working with her hair, oops, got to go back here. So now that we're working with her hair, let's try out what Pei suggested and actually play with color variants with the hair.
Yeah,
let's see what it does.
Curious to see what it does.
Okay. So normally with hair here, you know, like I would really try to sort of bring out like the texture. I might like add a little bit of clarity. I might brighten it up a tiny bit. Let's sort of create a little bit of contrast in here. And then when we go down to point color, I'm gonna grab that dropper tool. And so let's maybe select here, kind of picking like a middle of the road area. And then let's try that out. So again, with variance, when we draw it to the right, we are creating that definition. So here you can see, I mean, I'm being very extreme with it, but we're getting like a lot of almost like red in here, something that like doesn't look super realistic. And then to the right, sorry, to the left, we're really flattening out the hair, right? Like kind of creating more cohesion amongst the colors, but that's not necessarily something that we want for hair.
Right.
So let's bump it up a little bit.
It's a great example where you want when you want to go the other way. with
Exactly.
variants, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Are you wanting to bring in contrast
Yeah.
or are you wanting to not? So I'm just going to sort of bring it in here, and then from here we can sort of go down. And you know, the reason that sometimes I like to have everything expanded is because you might recognize some of these names, but you might not know what category everything falls under. And so here with effects, definitely want to add in a little bit of texture. I kind of like to play with clarity sometimes. I feel like maybe that's a little too much. I only want to add in a smidge. And then I feel like she looks pretty good. From here, I am enjoying the way that the model's looking. I feel like her hair really pops. I like that her face feels really harmonized. We like really evened out that reddish skin tone. What I might do is create another mask for the background, because you can create contrast through, you know, like color, but you can also create contrast through light and dark. So here, you know, Lightroom is scanning our image, detecting the background, and from there, I'm just going to sort of darken it, even it out a little bit. I feel like the light is like a little bit bright here, and we'll go from there.
While it's running, the Wi-Fi has been a little slow today, so while it's running, there was a comment about I think your earring is tapping on the microphone. Is that easy to remove?
It is.
Okay.
Let me do that.
Okay.
Also,
okay. Yeah. I took mine off, but then I was like, wait, it's probably not mine. It's actually hers. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
It's
amazing.
Running.
Great.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. So from here, you know, we wanted to select the background. We have a little bit of that sleeping bag in here, so we can easily just go in and subtract that out. So I'm just going to use my brush, and I'm just going to paint in the area that I wasn't necessarily trying to touch. Now, I'm not being super precious about this because we have other photos to get to, but here, just sort of illustrating that concept again. So from here, I can just go in, decrease the exposure a little bit, and now you're seeing that we were actually photographing, like the person was photographing this model against what was actually a blue background, and while some people might want to neutralize that color, I actually really like it, and I think it adds a lot. You could go a step further and cool it down a little bit if you wanted to add in even more blue, but here I'm just going to show you the before and after of the image. So this is where we started, and this is where we ended.
So much better.
I mean, it's crazy. Yeah.
And like, we took a long time doing it because we were talking, but you can do all of that in like 3 minutes, right?
Yes.
Like if you're just focused, I mean, or less even, right? You know what you want, you know where the tools are, you could just get it done really quickly. And there's a lot of stuff that can be automated so that you can copy and paste it as well. So you can do like batch processing. The masking now is AI powered, and it will recalculate your masks between images. So you can like copy and paste, and even though your model, like maybe she moves her hands, it'll still auto calculate those masks and then apply the same edits
that you just did. So it'll apply the face mask and the hair mask again, and then the background mask again, but it'll take into account that the model has moved in between the different photos.
I love
cool.
copying and pasting edits. That's literally one of my favorite things.
That's what sold me on
on
Lightroom
Earth.
in 2006 when I was like, why would I stop using Photoshop to edit all these weddings that I was doing at the time? But then somebody showed me like copy and paste, like a batch edit. I'm like, oh my God. Has saved many of us many years of our lives at this point, right?
Speaking of weddings, this actually segues into something that I also think we should talk about.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull up a wedding that I photographed earlier this year. Small plug. A feature in Vogue Weddings just came out on this wedding today.
Oh my God,
so go check
amazing.
that out.
That's very cool.
But these are some of my friends that got married. It was an incredibly beautiful ceremony. The bride just has beyond cool style, and it was just so much fun. But as you were mentioning, you know, when you photograph a wedding, you're like, oh my gosh, there are 50 million photos. They all look exactly the same. You know, I mean, not exactly the same, but there are a lot of
Start looking the same after a while.
there are a lot of images that start to look the same. And in here, you know, like as we're going through and we're trying to make our selects, there's actually a really fantastic new feature that will help make selects for you, because inevitably we're misfiring, someone's not in focus. I'm really trying to show you all the bride here, but there are just a million photos. And so what we have is this really fantastic feature over here called assisted culling. And so once you've expanded it, you can go in here and you can choose what you want to sort of be the markers for your selects. So I might say, you know, like, eyes open. Let's say we want the subject in focus. I mean,
That would be nice.
not that it's
on
a high bar,
on most
but
occasions, that's nice, yeah.
And then for our rejects, on the other hand, you know, like, what is it that we want to take out? We might want to have our misfires taken out. We might want to have, you know, any kind of photo that has an issue with exposure. You know, maybe something happened and we like really quickly turned and took a photo and we hadn't changed our settings yet. And so Lightroom will start to make selects and sort of like a reject folder for you. And you can go through them, see what images were selected, see which images were rejected. It definitely makes sense. I always tell people to look through everything, right? Like double check the work, because at the end of the day, image selection is a really huge part of our process, because if we don't know how to identify which is the winning photo and edit it, then it's almost like we never took the photo.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's very important here to
these are the rejected ones?
yeah,
Oh,
to go
the
in
exposure,
and, you know, make sure that you are choosing what it is that you need, and, you know, not sort of missing out on anything really important here. So
one thing I was going to call out in that section, in the assisted culling section, is like, if you do the like subject focus, if you check subject focus, there is a slider where you can indicate kind of a threshold for like how in focus do you want it to be, or like every photo is given kind of a score based on like the like entirely subjective qualities, right?
Yeah,
the computer is deciding like how sharp is it? Are the eyes how sharp, or how in focus are the eyes? How, you know, accurate is the exposure? And then it's kind of giving it a score, and you can just tell it like, do you want it to keep like 75% of these? Like anything that's scored like a 75% or higher gets kept. But you can always lower that, right? Like if it's reducing your options to too few, you can expand upon those as well.
So here you can see, you know, on the right we have how sharp is the image. To the left, how soft are we allowing it to be? So that's a really, really good tip. And I think that
sorry. I was just going to say, it's also easier to view if it's in grid mode, so you can see like the list of thumbnails expanding as you slide it. But the other piece is that we have, this is brand new, so we're all learning this as well, the stacking feature. Do you see stacking?
I don't.
We're working on a pre-release build, so I don't know if it's not.
But stacking is essentially an option that does exactly what it sounds like. It brings like photos together, kind of like stacks them, so that then you're seeing a bird's eye view of what it is that the images look like, and can sort of go from there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to my images here. So All right, there we go. Okay, I want to get out of grid view. Okay, so let's sort of like continue down our new releases
absolutely.
path.
Sorry, I was just looking at. I'm trying to read the comments and see if there's any questions coming in, but I think we're good. Yeah, you're good.
So we'll continue sort of like down like the new releases path, and then sort of like close it up with maybe like a little bit of fun editing. So the other really new fantastic release, which you can find over here under, what is this called? It's like the
removal tools, yeah.
This is the get the things out of your photo that you don't want in your photo space.
Yes.
So down here you'll see that we have distraction removal. Now distraction removal is incredible because it will automatically identify reflections, unwanted people, and dust out of your photo. So
And dust is new. Dust is brand new.
dust is the new girly in the
yes.
room. So as you can see here, you know, like we're looking at these images and, you know, there's like a little bit of dust here. We had maybe a little bit of a dirty sensor. And this happens. It's a totally normal process of shooting, switching out your lenses. Doesn't mean you did anything wrong. And previously, we would tediously go in,
Gosh, so tedious.
zoom in, click, 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 and the annoying thing is that you're just doing it on the same part of every freaking photo. It makes you crazy.
Yes.
Now we can go down here. We're going to apply the dust removal
And let the magic happen. Oh my god, it's such
We're
a time
like,
saver.
find the dust for
Yeah.
us.
I'm gonna just take a break, have some water.
Exactly.
And rest,
Run to the bathroom, go learn something else, go to another lab.
Yeah.
And so here, as you can see, look at all that dust that was on there that I couldn't even see prior to have, you know, zoomed in. And
Hidden dust.
Exactly. And so this is just like, here's the thing. So much of what we have been talking about within our creative industries has been AI, and definitely at Adobe MAX. My take on AI is that I really love to think of it as sort of this like, I don't know, it's like a coworker that you have. You don't work with them every single day on every single project, but they're there to help you and to support you. And I really like to use AI for things like this that really save me time, that allow me to focus on the other aspects of being creative that can really bring the projects to life. It is not a good use of my time to zoom in and remove all of this dust.
Definitely not. This is like I should hire an assistant to help me with this.
Yes.
But now I don't have to because it's built into Lightroom and it's incredible. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that it's just a fantastic use of AI. So now that we have removed the dust and we have all of this other time to do other things, let's do something else.
Different photo,
Yeah. So let's try this one. So this is an image. Got it. Okay, so this is an image where it was just like, this is just like an iPhone photo, and I think that this is a really great example for those of you that are somewhere really special. Maybe you traveled across the world, but you're like, I did not wake up early enough to get the shot with no one in the background.
Yeah, and like the lighting wouldn't have been right at this spot, right? Looks like sunset, right? People are coming out, they're enjoying the beach. You cannot have an empty beach at that time of day. So sometimes it's just impossible, right?
100%. And so this is where, you know, again, we can utilize this distraction removal tool. So here, we're going to remove people. So let's detect. I love that it's like detecting distractions, like all these fools, get them out of the shot.
They are definitely distractions. Like, that's not what I'm here for, right? Like, this is your honeymoon photo, right? One of your honeymoon vacation photos.
So let's take a look at this. So in here you can see it did a pretty good job of identifying, you know, like where the people are. So here, you know, it did a good job. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and say remove. And then I'm going to sort of point out the areas that we can sort of take next steps to really ensure that this tool is being utilized to the max. So one thing that I immediately notice is that we missed a spot over here. The other thing that I noticed that we missed, and this is just like a tough one, are the shadows. So, you know, no one is standing here anymore. That shadow does not belong. But what we can do is we can go in and use our remove tool. I like to make sure that generative AI is turned on. I just feel like it gives me a better result. And then I'm just going to go in and highlight, again here I'm doing this very loosely, just to show you how good the results are. So here, I'm just gonna go in and sort of like highlight the area that I don't want to be there anymore. So as I zoom in, I'm noticing that this flag almost feels like it's like
It's a distraction.
floating
I
a
actually
little
thought
bit.
it was part of the removal selection. I thought it was like part of the mask at first.
No, so
Yeah.
it actually had left that out. So you know what, let's just take that out here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go in, take this out. Does it look like there's anything else that we wanna take out? Yeah, maybe someone back here. That doesn't look like it's part of the hat. So again, I'm just kind of making a loose.
Your hand.
Yeah, you're right. Making kind of like a loose selection
We
here.
won't miss it.
And let's go for it.
Yeah, while it's running, I would love to share that this is a little bit of a unique situation because that shadow cut across your body, right? But with the new removal tool updates, we can now just do an object selection and it will intelligently also select either the reflection or the shadow of something that you're trying to remove.
We love when the program gets better.
We love when it's smarter than we are.
So I feel like that did a pretty
That
good
is-
job.
That's pretty cool.
If I want to take it a step further,
Yeah.
maybe I'm like, you know what? I want to be on the
that's
beach,
next level, yeah.
kind of like by myself. Let's like take a couple of these, you know, like footprints out.
Yeah.
Let's just clean it up a smidge,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna even take it a step farther from there. So here, I'm just gonna remove that. See how that
These are
looks.
things I would have never tried in Lightroom before, generative remove. I'm
No,
so curious.
we could not be bothered.
Oh my God,
Okay, so amazing.
wow.
And if we, want to check out different variations,
Oh,
we
yeah.
can scroll through. I love this. It just sort of looks
So
natural,
smooth,
like the
yeah.
water brushed up. So now that we've sort of like cleaned out a lot of the distractions, what I always really like to think about here, pre AI masking features, I would have gone in and I would have made my color corrections. But now what I'm actually going to do is use my masking tool to sort of bring the image to life. So here I'm going to go over here to masking, and then let's start off with let's select the subject. So what I'm going to do eventually is I'm going to select the subject, and then I'm going to select the background as well. So here we'll select the subject, and I'm just gonna like brighten it up a little bit, right? Because we
Yeah.
really want to be able
We
to
want
see.
to be able to see you.
Yeah,
That's you, right?
exactly. That is
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Just check.
No, that's my like cute honeymoon double. She just goes on all the fun trips. So here, I could be psycho,
Whoa.
right? Like I'm
Yeah.
just sort of showcasing how
Like,
how
what's
accurate
happening, yeah.
the mask is. So here, we really want to keep it looking natural. We're just trying to brighten it up just enough. I do kind of like the warm glow on the hair. And then here, if we want to go in, maybe we want to select the sky and really bring the sky into focus. Maybe we want to select the landscape. Let's start with the landscape. So here, again, it's going to detect for, like the mountains in the background, that sort of like iconic Rio moment. And then I can go in and make little tweaks and little adjustments there. So I'm going to edit the landscape, and then I'm going to go in and edit the sky, maybe make like a quick overall adjustment to just sort of like zhuzh it a little bit, and then we'll take a look at the before and after.
Yeah.
So here, sometimes it takes a little bit to sort of like detect what it is that we're looking at. Oftentimes I'll go check out another image, but do you think the demo gods will like
It's still
let us go, or do you think we should move on?
We should. You know what? We have time check. We have like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we get into your work.
My work
right?
work.
Not just like a vacation. The vacation photos are wonderful, but I would love to see some of your work because that's what I don't get to see, right? But I did want to say really quickly, we do have a question in the chat about whether or not there's a removal tool for wires. So
There is.
there is.
I feel like you should. I can
Okay,
see you.
okay.
I can see the wheels turning.
I'm like, ooh, let me answer this one. So there is, right now it is, and I don't want to misspeak, it is, if you're working in Lightroom and you want to remove wires, for now you have to go into Photoshop. So you go into Photoshop, open your image in Photoshop, open that remove tool, And at the top, you could pull down. There's like a little option to choose like distractions, and then it's wires. Wires and it's wires and something, but it will remove all of those wires right away. So, oftentimes the things that are put into Photoshop eventually make their way into Lightroom. So let's hope that one comes to Lightroom as well. We're building a lot of things like in tandem with these different teams. So sometimes they just happen to make things into Photoshop first and make it into Lightroom a little bit later, but yeah.
And I was speaking with another photographer this morning, and we were talking about Lightroom and Photoshop and discussing how we used to spend kind of like equal amounts of time in both, and now we find ourselves being able to do so much more in Lightroom that we're not having to like jump around as much, even though there is like really seamless interoperability. Yeah. There's just so much more you can do in Lightroom now.
The Lightroom team's like special secret is that we're trying to put the Photoshop team out of business. Just joking, but for us, like we, a lot of the Lightroom team, like the people who build Lightroom, we're actually photographers, right? Like we're building the tools that we want to be able to use as well. So the idea that we could just have kind of a one-stop shop for all of our photography editing needs is incredible. Like, can we eliminate the need to jump to Photoshop entirely? I think for many photographers we have, and we're just getting closer and closer every day.
No, it's fantastic.
Show me your work, I want to see.
All right, so here, like I have a couple different images. The ones that I really love are this one. I'm very into sort of like these like in-between moments where
I love that.
I would never select like eyes open for my assisted culling.
I know, because a lot of times it's like look over there and like embrace the whatever space you're in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, here I just think it's fantastic to, be able to make all of these adjustments. All right, so I'm trying to close out of this mask. All right. So from here, normally I would go in and I would sort of like play with exposure, contrast, my highlights, maybe I'll sort of like bring the highlights in a little bit. I am someone that prefers to create contrast through color rather than through light and dark.
Clearly you have a very color-based view of the world. Yes, I come in my black and next to you.
Hey, we really balance each other out. What can I say? And so, like I might bring out the shadows just a smidge. I mean, these are these like teeny tiny adjustments that I feel like just sort of add overall. I'm someone that doesn't necessarily mind a little bit of like flatness, especially in landscape. I think I sort of do the opposite a lot of times of how other people will edit.
I mean, it's your style, right? Like what feels good to you. Yeah.
But when I get to an image like this, something that I really, really resonate with and think about is just how colorful it is. I'm just so magnetized to color. And so my favorite area to play, and I mean, this is just like where I love to spend my time, is within the color mixer. So here, for those of you that have played with it, you know that the color mixer is absolutely fantastic. If you're new to the color mixer, I'm just going to run through what it does, what you can sort of play around with. So here, you have all these different colors that you can select, right? We have like our red, our orange, our blue, and then down here we have hue, saturation, and luminance. Hue has to do with what kind of blue is it? Is it a very cool blue that's almost like turquoisey to the left, or is it a warm blue that almost becomes purpley when we draw it to the right? Saturation has to do with how blue will it be. Will we have a ton of blue drawing it to the right, or zero blue drawing it to the left? Luminance, on the other hand, is how light or how dark is that color going to be represented. So if we drag our luminance slider to the right, we are increasing how bright that blue is going to appear. Conversely, to the left, we are darkening it. So as a color girly, I'm a little saturation hungry, and I always like to bump her up a little bit. But because I still want the sky to feel realistic, sometimes I'll also just like increase the luminance a little bit here. When it comes to hue, I tend to prefer colors that are like a little bit on the cooler side, but I try to keep it realistic. So like that wouldn't jive for me. But I do kind of want it to feel like a little stylish, and so I do pull it a little bit to the left just to sort of give it almost like a vintage camera-esque
It's like a
kind of
slight
feel.
tint, like a slight split tone almost. right?
Exactly. And then here, if we play with the red, same thing. I tend to sort of start off with like, how much do I want that color to appear in the image? You can sort of like tone a color down. I really like to think of the color mixer as this tool that really allows us to either visually articulate something accurately as it is. So like if we're doing product photography, for example, like you want to make sure that the clothes are the right color, or to just really bring an artistic vision to life. So again, I'm bumping up the saturation. I remember that this outfit was a little bit on sort of like the pinkier red side. So I do draw that down a little bit. And then when we go to the green, I know that I'm like kind of a cool green girly. I love to drag it down here. So here, wrong side. There we go. Sort of a cool green. And then when it comes to yellow, do I want those to pop? Definitely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
here, we've basically only worked
You only
within
did
the color
You
mixer
only did
here.
color and nothing else, which is pretty incredible.
And look at the difference.
Would you do anything else to it, like adjust
Yes.
tones or anything like that?
So, here, what I think I would do next is that I would go in and I might actually bring down the exposure on the subject. Tell me what you're thinking tonally.
Well, it's like she's kind of dark and mysterious, but I almost want like a little more detail in her face. So like, or like not her
Ooh.
face, in the hair, right?
In the hair. All right,
Like,
so let's go
bring
in
up
and
some shadows a little bit.
let's go in and create. So
And we
let's
just have to
select
do
a
it quickly
person.
because we got to wrap up in a minute. But
Yeah, this will be
yeah,
the last
yeah,
one.
Let's see.
So let's go in. We've
Oh,
selected her
yeah.
hair, and then let's zoom in to get a closer look.
Yeah.
And then here, I'm just going to bring out the shadows
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah,
and
I think that's
then-
exactly what it needed. Everything else looks really, really great, actually, with just the color tweaks, which is very cool.
Yeah, and so, these are just like some super easy edits that all of you can do in under 5 minutes that make a world of difference, right? Like, we played with the color mixer here. We brought out more information in her hair. You also have learned about color variants, about dust removal. We have these fantastic new Lightroom features that I'm so excited for everyone to try out.
Thank you for sharing all of this. It's been, I feel like we just got started, so I can't believe we're already at the end of our time. But I love your work. I'm a big fan of you. I'm a big fan of your work, and it has been a special treat for me to be able to see some of the things that you're working on as you're working on them behind the scenes. I am less of a color person, so just even watching you tweak this image with the color mixer was like, oh, it's really neat to see how you think about the world and approach color. But thank you for being on Adobe Live. Thank you for being a guest. I really love that you got to share some of the new things that we announced in Lightroom here at Adobe MAX. Try, like I said earlier, like if you haven't downloaded Lightroom, please update all of your apps. Update all of your Adobe apps, because basically every single app there's something new. So you could try out the new features that Anna Alexia was just talking about. The assisted culling, the variant slider. If you're a portrait photographer, you gotta get that variant slider. Put that variant slider to work.
That's the moneymaker.
It is the moneymaker. It's almost like, why are we talking about anything else? No. Just kidding. Everything else is incredible as well.
So important.
But this has been great. Thank you for your time.
Yes, and thank you so much to everyone who joined with us and participated in the chat. Hopefully you learned something that helps out your workflow, and we're excited to see what you continue to create.
Yeah, and
Bye.
stay tuned. Bye.
Well, hello everyone. We are here in Los Angeles, and what is happening right now? We're at Adobe MAX, and I'm here with my good friend AJ Blyer.
Hey.
We have a really exciting show for you today. We're going to go over some stuff in Premiere. So this is First Takes and streamlined video creation in Premiere Pro. My name is Sean McDaniel. I'm a video evangelist here at Adobe. And man, we're really excited. We've got chats going. We've got people all over the place. We've got vendors. How's your experience been thus far, AJ?
Max is awesome. Max it's so funny when you're working with these digital, creative tools, and you're also friends with digital creators online. It really takes an environment like this to just be surrounded by everyone and feel like you're home. It's once a year, and I look forward to this all year. I'm so stoked to be here, you guys. Well, don't do normally live stuff, so that's kind of interesting. But you mentioned it earlier. There's a huge chat happening right here. So as you tune in, please check in, say hi. Say nice things or not, you do you. But we're excited and we can see what everyone's writing here, and we're going to show you some cool stuff.
Yeah, and we want the chat to kind of pop up. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on it as AJ's kind of going through his stuff. But AJ, not a lot of people know, everybody knows about AJ, but tell some folks that maybe do not know about you, a little bit about what you do, what's your background, and then we're going to jump in. You got some demos for us too, right?
I sure do. So my name is AJ Blyer. I'm a DJ director. I'm also the executive producer and founder of Advent Films, a commercial production company based right here in LA. And we specialize in doing a lot of big action stuff, a lot of race cars, helicopters, jumping out of airplanes, blowing stuff up. I love my job.
Wait, have you jumped out of an airplane?
So many times.
Dude, seriously?
So many times.
How come you've never told me this before?
Oh my God, I kind of faked it once, and I did it with Red Bull. I told them I'd done it before and got through, and then I became like someone who was an expert in that, so I've done it for them and Riot Games, and now I'm like a skydiving. I never need to do it again.
That's not something you fake though. I feel like you have to kind of know, if you're gonna jump out of a plane, I would want to have done that with someone before. Good on you. I can't even jump out of my bed sometimes.
It's true, big jump. I put together a very quick little 60-second reel on this machine of some of my work. So here's a little snippet of what I do. That's me.
Okay, so I gotta know, did you go to space to get that shot?
I do shoot with NASA and with SpaceX. I did do a shoot for Coinbase that did take me to zero gravity, so I have been filming in zero gravity, floating and trying to keep my cool together. But no, that was the magical world of visual effects.
That's gotta be tough to be floating around and trying to get shots while also trying to have a good time at the same time, because I imagine the euphoria of being able to do that is awesome.
You have no idea how accurate that is. I was really excited about it because that's kind of an area of interest for me. And I was executive producing and directing that, so I'm all strapped in and I got my flight suit on and I'm all ready to go. And I remember we're ready to rock and this is the greatest day of my life. And I'm in charge of these 30 people and I looked over my shoulder and I just saw genuine fear from the crew, and I'm like, it's gonna be great. And then we rehearsed it so many times on the ground in this fuselage in this plane, just kind of getting our timing right. Because you only have so much time up there, and it is a physical experience. And no matter how much rehearsing you do, that first one, it just goes out the window. It's just a brand new feeling. It's the coolest thing.
It's almost like you need a run just to get used to the environment that's in there. So
you do.
Anyway, AJ's got some amazing work. Definitely check out his stuff. Give him a follow as well. I'm at Sean, SHAWNTCB on Instagram, so give me a follow as well. But we're here to talk about streamlining processes in Premiere Pro, and yesterday at the keynote there was a ton of amazing new stuff, and AJ's had an opportunity to really take advantage of these new tools, one of which is masking and tracking.
That's right.
So you've got a bunch of cool stuff to show us, so I'm going to keep an eye on the chat. Once AJ's done, we're actually going to go over Frame.io as well. I'm going to show you some cool things in there that all creators on this live channel can actually take advantage of. So AJ, go ahead and take the floor, buddy.
I'm going to do it. And you didn't ask me to say this, but I just got to reiterate, I'm so excited to do this with this guy. These tools, as they get more and more advanced, sometimes it's a little intimidating when you realize as an artist, sometimes it feels like you get new paints to paint with, and other times it feels like these tools can maybe jigger up your workflow, and you do such a good job of making these genuinely like feeling just accessible and friendly. If you don't follow him, he makes you want to dive in more. So I'm pumped to be here.
Oh, excited to be here, but let's see what you got. You got some cool stuff.
Cool. Okay, so I personally, I'm pretty good at Photoshop. I'm a decently good person at Premiere Pro. I stopped at After Effects. It's just that's where it went over my head. As soon as I saw like a null object, I was like, I don't know what that is. And it does suck because I like to do professional work, and there are so many pro features and finishing tools within After Effects that you just don't get in Premiere, despite how capable it is. But the new updates that have been added to the Premiere Pro beta, including some of these new AI-powered tools, are so powerful, and they bring some of my favorite and most desired features from After Effects straight into Premiere Pro for all editors everywhere. One of them, and the one that I'm going to chat about right now, is object masking, which is amazing.
So good. I love it.
So good. So rather than just explain it all overly, I'm going to show you this absolute piece of cinema I made, and here's something I shot with some friends.
It's simple, man. All you gotta do is just go like this and flick. God, you make it look so easy. Come on, man. You got this. I'm ready.
Dude, come on.
Wow, Sean. It's pretty serious stuff.
Yeah. I mean, when you're playing Frisbee, you definitely got to make sure it's as dramatic as possible.
I mean, we can't leave Jack's Frisbee throw to chance. No way. So how are we going to make sure that this Frisbee goes exactly where we need it to go? Well, I have another sequence here ready to go. And this is the same exact sequence here. Now again, I'm not a visual effects guy, but I had some thoughts on how to do this. So the first thing I did is I just shot a background plate, usually a good safety move anyway. So these are the two of them playing Frisbee, but there's obviously nothing between them. And then how are we going to make sure this Frisbee goes exactly where I need it to go? Well, I decided to get involved. And that is me. That is me in agreeing to. What I don't appreciate, Sean, is that we chose this park because it was kind of quiet and out of the way.
Yeah.
Right before I put on the suit, a whole group of kids, and they just stayed and they watched as we did this over and
they've
again.
got no filter, I'm sure.
They don't. They are vocal.
Yeah.
All right, so here I am, and okay.
I love that it's on a stick, by the way.
Yeah.
That's really clever. I thought you were holding it earlier, but the stick is a
I want
great
to make
touch.
sure, Well,
Yeah.
it's about authenticity, realism. So, all right. So I need to cut myself and stick out of this sequence.
Now, normally this would be a really, really difficult process. A lot of folks in here are creators that work with stills and graphic design and things like that. So having to actually do a matte and track things is really difficult in video because you got moving objects, you got different colors. It's really, really tough.
Yeah.
So
rotoscoping. It's something that it sounds again so simple. To your point, Photoshop, things like that. Simple enough, cut out an object, duplicate it, and put some stuff on it or underneath it. But it's a video. How do you even do that? Well,
really tough.
It could not be easier. Like, it's absurd. So what I'm going to do, select the clip I want to work with. There's a new tool. This, again, is in the Premiere Pro beta called Object Mask. When I click this, it's going to have a little think about this clip. And just like this, it's able to intelligently select objects in the frame. I'm going to do a single click on me. There we go. Now, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here so you get a closer look. Now, if you notice, it's like I turned blue, which is handy. That's actually because you have a whole palette of different colors here that you can select from. If I did green, it might be a little bit harder to see, but depending on the background or the object you're trying to mask out, like a red Frisbee or something of the sort, you're able to select something that just makes it really easy to identify. I love how well they think of this stuff. And now, with this mask, that's great, but we got to track it. That's the magic feature. So if I go over here in the corner, I can do a frame forward, I can do a frame backward, I can do the whole thing forward, the whole thing backward, or this button in the middle where it's going to track this clip forward the rest of the way and then continue it the other. Look at how it cuts out the Frisbee even when it goes in front of my body. It's unbelievably intelligent. So now, with it completed, just like this, I have a great mask. It's all set. This is not a forgiving bodysuit. But if I watch this, okay, great. I have a good mask. And now with this mask, you can do a couple things, and this is why I decided to take the time to go out and shoot something here, is because I find that I'm a
To shoot something. You shot a cinematic masterpiece with a Frisbee. Let's just preface that.
I have to clarify that this wasn't Nolan who did this when I show it to people. I think this is important because I, like so many, and speak up in the chat if you're this way as well. So let me see your
You're
hand.
getting some fire emojis. I'm loving it. Joel's in there.
Okay,
we've
good.
got some AJ's Absolute Go. Totally agree.
I'll take it. I'll take
and
it.
Yeah, not the kids watching.
Oh,
so,
Pat,
yeah.
thanks, buddy. I wanted to make sure. I felt like a lot of the YouTube tutorials that I learned from One Step at a Time, they kind of show you how to make a mask, and they're like, goodbye. And I wanted to show some applications that you could do creatively for this. So I have this mask. What do I do with it? A couple different things. There's a whole new suite of effects in Premiere now with Film Impact. You can apply those straight to this. But what we're going to do, color adjustments or something of the sort, I'm just going to take this mask and I'm going to drop it under opacity. When you do that, boom, cuts out the whole thing. Nice and clean. Now, it is really impressive how well this works, but if you notice, it kind of did the opposite of what we want, right? It cut out everything but the Frisbee.
I was going to say, yeah, how do you bring the Frisbee back?
You don't. I messed up, Sean. No, I'm kidding. It's a single click.
I remember my first day.
There's a single click for it right here with inverted. You click that, and now you can see it cut out only me and the stick. But it does a remarkable job of that as well. This is all single clicks. And now I can just drop this on top of my plate, and I'm not there anymore. Now, if we play this, a couple things I want to call out. It's minimal, but if you zoom in, you can see a little bit of ghosting and stuff around the edges there. And like any good masking tool, you do want the ability to feather or expand. So here, I can take this expansion tool, and you can see it gives you just a little bit more control and fidelity over this. Now, with a little bit of refinement, and also, like I overdid it there, and like the shadow and stuff as well, but it works on everything. And here's what the rest of that scene might look like if it was fully masked.
What is happening? How are you doing that? Is it doing a loop? What just happened?
Like you said, it's all in the wrist.
What is this made of? I'm scared. I'm scared and I don't know what to do.
You gonna toss her
I'm
back?
calling the police.
Hilarious.
That is so funny. So that's a great trick. When he threw the Frisbee, it kind of like hovered a little bit. I don't know where I was going with that. But anyway, we do have a comment, though, is did you actually need the green suit? And I think AJ used the green suit as kind of a reference to show, you know, like to really kind of isolate and differentiate the colors that are on the screen. But in essence, can you mask and track without actually needing to do a green suit?
So funny you said that, Ray. I appreciate your question. You don't. Here I have that same sequence in the green suit, and here I have it just in normal clothing. Did I purchase and put on a whole green suit just for this bit? I did, Ray. I did it for you. All I gotta do, it's the same exact process here. Select this clip, put on my object mask tool, have a quick thing. I can select me. I can select Jack. I can select Adam. I can select anything else I want, and I can track forward and backward on all of these items just as seamlessly, and it just churns right through it. It's really unbelievable. Now, just to make this point even clearer, instead of doing opacity on this one, I'm going to go ahead and put it under lumetri color. So now I just have that log footage on the back, and I have the color correction, the LUT, only applying to the three of us, but it did another great job masking just us. So you are correct, you don't need that, and I did that just to honestly, all jokes aside, illustrate this point, that sure, to do it with a chroma key thing, all the steps that we would take to get a clean mask before really aren't a thing anymore. I could have done this just with my normal clothing and really, really simply. So that was kind of the point of this first demo, and I hope that was kind of interesting and fun. I got one more for you too, but
no, it's absolutely. So they want to know who is in the cowboy hat. Are these friends of yours, or who are these folks?
I wouldn't call them friends. No, yes, that's. I got to think my friends
call them
actually.
Friends.
that is the dork is the one who left that comment. That's my buddy Jack Hackett, incredibly talented filmmaker and cinematographer. My buddy Adam Maltz, thank you so much for being my guinea pig for all these masks, and very talented talented director and actor Greg Furman for shooting this stuff. So I got great friends that are very trusting when it comes to Max season.
Before we move on to your next demo though, there was a question about, well, what about the shadows? And thank you, Michael, for leaving that comment. I think that's in Restream. What about the shadows? Actually, it's YouTube comment, sorry.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I wanted to just, for the interest of time, we only got so much time here, I kind of streamlined it a little bit, but the reality is it works great on the shadows too. I can even do a mask right now if you want. I just, for the interest of, and honestly, actually to that point, to be super transparent, I did this whole green screen thing, and like I mentioned, I'm not a visual effects guy. As I started toying around with this in post, I realized the way to do it is just the Frisbee. I don't need to cut out me and the stick. I could just cut out only the Frisbee and then put that over the plate. Then I don't even need to mask shadows or anything. That would just mean that I really bought the green screen for no reason. So
you just wanted to wear the green suit.
But the reality is, and I can do it here, I have one more demo that I want to show, but the reality is that it actually does track shadows and everything just as well. And I did do a version of it where I just went and trimmed it, and it does a remarkable, remarkable job.
Now the nice thing is even if you choose your object mask tool, it'll select different objects, but what are there certain things you want to highlight that maybe the tool didn't pick up, or maybe it's something really specific? I know that there's a lasso tool, but I was wondering if you can show off really quickly before your next demo, the plus or minus tool if you want to add or remove things.
Sure.
With your tracks.
You bet I can't. Anything for you, Sean. So here I have this mask right here. And let's say this is great, but this pesky mask, it got the Frisbee too, and I wanted everything but the Frisbee. Well, do I have to do a whole mask or anything? You don't. What I can do, and by the way, these previews sometimes they get a little bit rougher, but they actually are cleaner when you put them over something. All I have to do is select, let me grab the mask and make sure I'm on the right tool. The subtract button. So what I can do, and I notice that sometimes this works differently than others. If I wanted to select, sorry, that was me. If I wanted to select something like a tree, I can add different selections to it or objects, or if I don't want to do that, delete that, I can go to this mask and I can hit a minus button, and that minus button will allow me to, and I don't even have to be exact with it. Like that wasn't exact. I circled outside the Frisbee, and now I've just augmented that. You also do have the options between adding different masks on top of each other. There's no real limit to the amount of masks you can add. There isn't, right? You can do a bunch of masks.
No,
yeah. Or you can refine it and have one really bespoke maskable. But it's a great question.
Yes, so I think that was it for that. Let us know if you have more questions on that part, and keep the chat going. We love answering these questions.
Yeah.
All right, so you've got another demo for us?
I do.
I'd love to see it.
Okay, so these tools are really powerful as utilities, and I find like oftentimes when you think of masking, you think of it as a utility play, which it is, it's helpful, but I really want to showcase that you can use these creatively as well.
Yeah.
So I wanted to try another test, and I actually went out to try to make this a little bit difficult. Here is another shot of my buddy Adam hiking in LA. I'm going to duplicate this just so we have a little more runtime. And here's a shot of him. And this is a little bit more of a challenge than the last shot for a couple reasons. I mean, sure, he's in his yellow jacket, but his feet are kind of the same shape, or the same hue as the background behind him.
Yeah.
There's kind of flat lighting on everything, and this is very deep focus. Everything is in focus, even the background with all that texture. And I'll be honest, I went out to try to, with Adam, to really put this through its paces to see, all right, let's try different backgrounds and see how far we can push it.
Yeah.
This was the hard one, and then I was like, and we can, find more separation if we need to, and it works. It's unbelievable. With the object mask tool, select the clip you want, just like that. Now, one thing I wanted to point out with this clip, to your point about the minus, look at the accuracy here. It senses that he is not his backpack.
And that subject's far away too, like
super far away.
It's hard to kind of differentiate that. It's just, I think it's
against
amazing
this kind of background.
Just does it. Yeah.
And if I want to add it, boom, I click it, and it's great. So I can either add it as a separate mask, or you can combine the two together. Something that I have found if you're using these tools, because again, this is the beta, is if you're trying to get an object and everything to all match in one, sometimes finding different frames, you can sometimes get them to go together. But I'm going to do, let's see. Delete this one right there. And here I think I have them on the same. There I go. So I'm going to track this forward and backwards now. I'm going to make it fit and have it do its thing. And I wanted to point out, with this one, I really did want to make this as difficult as possible for this machine. So what it's tracking right now, not only is it a small object far away with deep focus and flat lighting, this is 8K footage.
Yeah.
So this is a lot. And right now, if you look over here in this panel and you see all these white dots popping up, every single frame, it is generating a unique keyframe for every single frame. And these are all modifiable keyframes as well. So it isn't just doing a general wipe of the plane and kind of scraping it. You are getting real tracking data that you can use and apply to a number of different things.
And you used to have to do this manually. There were tools that kind of help a little bit, but I mean, a lot of times you had to go back in and manually move those keyframes. So the fact that these are automatically made, you can see there's a ton of them.
Right.
It's pretty awesome. You also mentioned 8K footage. I don't want to deter anyone from thinking that you need super high quality video. I literally have just done some stuff on my iPhone, and I was able to mask and track all that stuff in there just as easily. So this is built for everyone that's in this tool.
It's a really good point. Yeah, the other stuff I shot is just kind of standard 4K footage, but it's fun with iPhone too. It really does work on everything.
Yeah.
This was more, I was just curious, can it track it and get it really clean like that? And it does an amazing job. Now, there's this effect I've always wanted to do, but not being an After Effects person, I haven't been able to, where it's this
I'm
effect.
terrible at After Effects.
Are you? I feel like...
I mean, I want to learn. I mean, you put me in a project and I can do some stuff, but
yeah.
I don't know, as a whole, I'm not as confident in there. I'm going to say that transparently.
Okay.
I'm
candor.
Video, I got to put it out there. But with tools like this, it allows me as an editor to be able to do that cool kind of stuff very easily and not stress about it so much. So I'm glad we're on the same page with the After Effects stuff.
Me too. There's this effect that I've seen in different movies or TV shows where you have a subject walking in front of text. I think it's a super cool effect. I've just never been able to do it because you can just already imagine I would have had to cut something out and then track it with great accuracy.
And go to a different app almost to do that. You have 100%. To leave Premiere to go do it in After Effects.
So this was just the duplication of this clip, same exact thing. And this is just some really simple text that I made over here. So now all I have to do is I can put this text over this footage and put that little cutout duplicate I made of Adam. Oh, I ate my text. Right on top. And I have Adam walking. Now, you could go ahead and just do that, but I wanted to show how you could use this not just as a tool, but cinematically. So here is Adam on a little hiking adventure. Just fun, but the point.
Okay, can we expect a sequel? I want to know what's going to happen after the disaster.
I'm just waiting for the studios to greenlight it. That's it.
Okay, anybody who's in a studio, let's make it happen. 5 days before disaster.
Yeah,
or to disaster. Or 5 days before disaster. Yeah. We need the finale here, so we're going to need a follow up on this, AJ. Yeah. Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
No, that's really it. I just wanted to show that not only is this again a utility, it is a creative tool, and it's really fun to implement. And for being such a advanced technical ability that kind of is a deterrent for some, these are clicks on a laptop, and it's just unbelievably accurate and versatile. So it's been really, really fun, and I just welcome all of these advanced changes into Premiere. It's a great time to be a creator.
Totally agree. And again, accessible for everyone. So don't be intimidated, jump in there. There's a lot of resources online to learn more about it. But we did have a couple questions that popped in, and I want to jump in. When will Object Match be regular Premiere and not beta? I believe it's actually available now, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't.
In the new version. But if you are on Creative Cloud CC, jump over to the beta version. It's available now. It works great. I've been kind of messing around with it for the last few weeks. And it's been pretty robust. But from my understanding, I think it's in there now, but I could be wrong.
What's always kind of tricky about being a creator and reporting on this stuff at Max is this is where all of the updates come out. So there has been so many announcements and continue to be every day at Max, and it's so exciting here, but I get back to my hotel and I go open up Creative Cloud and I go update, every night.
Yeah.
So my understanding 48 hours ago was that it was in the beta, but it wouldn't support. You could tell me anything right now, and I'd believe it. So yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
All right. We'll get some more updated info here in a second. The other question though was actually going back to the mask. Somebody was asking about the foot, and I wanted to make sure it was in there. As I guess the foot didn't.
Is there a part of it?
Oh, there's a cut on his legs from Emma.
Okay. Let's see.
They were asking if, because there's a part where the foot was missing in the mask, and we'll show again really quickly the plus or minus part of the tool.
Sure. Let's see.
We didn't forget about you. We got you.
Yeah. Here. In fact, let's go up close and personal. Let's dive in here. Yeah. Right there. Okay. So I found this as well because just as this is a new tool, I have found that the frame in which you grab for your mask, honestly, I just kind of grabbed one at random. Finding one that is like the most clear generally does make for the best tracking mask. So if it were this one, I've done this one enough times and I haven't had that. I wonder, so for you here, how would you do this, Sean? So there it missed the foot. Now keep in mind, this is just that layer right there.
Mm-hmm.
Am I able to, I would imagine, select this top layer, which again is just this. Select this mask, hit the plus button, and then with this plus button, just select around the foot.
And it should track around the foot. Maybe I would move a couple frames where it's not gonna.
And
it just does it.
And it's on the same mask. It didn't create a separate thing. So now, to be safe here on this, I would probably track it again just to make sure it's all complete. Because keep in mind, by doing that, I added one keyframe, and I just want to make sure it extends it. But I'll let this run. It's a great question, though. I appreciate you actually checking into that. And these are cool. These are really cool things. I used to, when I was first messing around with this tool, was getting a little bit too meticulous in my masking, and I did one that was really lazy, and I was like, oh, it's smart. It just kind of is intelligently snapping to whatever I give it. So we'll let this play out, and then let's see if we got a cleaner one here. But pretty easy solution, right?
Yes, I'm trying to look up some of those answers we had in the chat.
Yeah.
But we had another one that popped in, and I didn't want to leave it hanging. Okay, we got a question on the new transitions. I'm happy to go over that. The other question, Reggie Watts. They wanted to know what your experience was like with Reggie.
That guy's fantastic. I shot a commercial with Reggie Watts for Mozilla Firefox. It was actually one of my first national broadcast commercials, and I was so excited because I've been a fan of that guy for a while. For those that don't know him, it's so funny. Reggie Watts is a improv genius, comedian, musician, beatboxing, live looping, just guy, and he's very ethereal at times. He does stuff where it's almost absurdist. It's intelligent, but it's almost for the sake of being ethereal. And when you work with artists, and I've done a number of music videos and worked with people that are really, really hyper creative, you kind of want someone who's really creative and bold, but you also want someone who you can have a normal conversation with between takes and work with and take direction. And he is so ethereal at times that I was kind of like, all right, is this going to be a normal guy, or is he going to be? And he was so nice and smart and intelligent and friendly and just the coolest guy. So he's amazing. I can't say enough good things about Reggie. All right, as I do this.
Let's check that.
Okay, we're doing this live. Let's see how we do. I'm going to.
Crossing fingers.
Me too.
I'm not too worried, but.
Me too. And here we go.
That's so smooth. You can almost leave it on black and do a whole style thing with just that.
And I'm going to, just so there's no cheating here, I'm going through it. We got two legs, baby.
That's very smooth.
It's good.
That's actually really impressive with how far back our subject is.
Yeah.
And how close those colors are in the background.
I agree.
Which is why I'm assuming you chose those colors to do that. One question came in, how fast of a computer do you need to use this? You work with a lot of different machines. What have you experienced in terms of what type of computer you need? Obviously, the newer MacBook computers have really fast processors, and Premiere Pro, whatever works with Premiere Pro, you'll be able to do all the tools and things in there. It just depends on how long it'll take to render and track.
Yeah.
But what has your experience been?
That's a great question. So it plays friendly on both. You have the MacBook here. I'm on the Dell Pro Max Studio, the 16-inch, and this has an NVIDIA Blackwell chip in it. It's AI. It's very fast. It's a great machine. it's some of these AI features, like a lot of the stuff that's happening with Firefly, is you're doing it online, you're rendering it elsewhere, and that's pretty much an internet speed thing. It works really well. With this, I'd say, like all things rendering, exporting, it kind of comes down to the size of the footage that you're working with. Like massive 422 10-bit footage just is a bigger playback thing, and that's kind of not even just a masking tool, that's just a general color correction, anything kind of thing. So I would say this particular tool, you will probably see a performance difference. It works on everything, to be clear. It's more of just a speed element, but a lot of the other generative stuff, it's really done more online, and it should make a huge difference.
I love it. So they want to look at some of the new transitions, and I'm assuming it's all the film impact stuff. Since you already have this kind of up, what do you think are you down to play with some transitions and stuff in Film Impact?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I've been learning about this through his content online, by the way, not to just keep plugging you, but it's true.
No, stop.
Yeah. And I am going to throw it to you after this, but I want to chat about it. So it's interesting. One thing that I really love about Adobe, and as a pro creator with Adobe for a while, you really do get a sense that they're trying to make tools that iterate and improve based off the requests that you have. And so much of this stuff is just magic to me that it's like such a great time to be a creator. But the transitions and effects there's a big aftermarket community with Premiere, and we're very plug-in happy, and we love that. But especially with transitions, they're such a key part of filmmaking, and there's so much creativity that can be done there, especially in the music video world. You can do a lot of really cool stuff.
And again, it's another type of thing where you'd have to go to After Effects and do a lot of those changes and bring them back into Premiere, or do a dynamic link to make it easier, but still having them built in. And Film Impact is actually a huge library of transitions, but also effects that you can apply to your videos. And I really want to show off, because you got some of the masking stuff.
Yeah.
If you want to open up the Film Impact panel up there on the window.
Yeah.
And we'll see, there should be
Is it under effects, or?
It should be under, you could do it under effects, but there's actually, extensions, I'm sorry. It's my first day. There we go.
So this is, guys, we're doing this new.
We're doing this live.
I've always actually accessed this through the effects panel. And for those for Film Impact, if it's a new thing, Film Impact is like one of those aftermarket suites that you would purchase as a plugin that just almost became ubiquitous. Like everyone did it. So when I first heard Adobe and Film Impact, I'm like, oh, nice. There's like a discount or something, or maybe there's some of it is included. And they're like, no, that's part of Premiere now. I'm like, oh, that's just awesome. That's so cool. So that's right, and I have seen this. So here, if I'm a new person, walk me through this.
So what I love about this dashboard is that you actually get a live preview. I mean, you can access this in your effects panel, which is great. It's another place to get these. But on here, you can actually see that there's a live playback right on the screen. And also, if you want to drag that panel onto that any one of those windows.
Oh, I can do this?
And keep it nice and organized, yeah. So again, there's not just transitions, you've got effects and everything as well. So it's an easy click and drag scenario. So let's go through some of these effects.
And I have a question for you. So if I do it here, like this is where I normally like my little effects. And if you don't, by the way, have like a workspace that you set up for yourself, I have an AJ editing one, and it's just kind of like, this is the way I like it and I'm used to it. But I wonder if I took it away now. If I go to add that back in here and save as a layout, I can save it to my layout.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah, totally.
So that was extensions,
Film Impact dashboard.
Yeah, okay, right here. I'm doing that now. So you guys are just
You're just going to see it live right here.
Witness to my housekeeping, you know.
Who on the chat actually creates their own layouts? And some people don't. They use the ones that are already made. What do you like? Tell us what you like.
Okay, cool. Now that said, I'm going to resize and make this nice and big because I can. All right.
Where are you at? Tell me what you need.
I'm here.
Okay. So yeah, let's do a little effect on our friend here that's doing a walk. So let's just grab one of these effects and we can just throw them in there.
Okay. So let's see. Is there one that you're partial to?
I like any of them. Let's throw in stylize.
Okay. How about this? So maybe Adam is someone that we shouldn't be getting too good of a look at. So
we want to blur him out.
So keep in mind, because I have him as a mask, right? So rather than apply this, I could do this kind of one of two ways. This is kind of a fun one. I could put it on the background, right?
You have to select it and then hit apply.
Okay, great. Oh, select the clip and then hit apply. There we go.
And it should appear in your effects
there it is, right
channels.
Here.
There you go.
Boom. Let me reset this now because I got a little crazy with it.
Sorry, like I said, we're doing this live,
Yeah.
so we're experiencing it together, and we're getting close on
But
time.
now-
So I want to get everything in before we go.
See. So that's just affecting the background. That's cool. And then I could also invert it and I could just put it on Adam, right?
Yep, absolutely.
That's cool. And it's right here, just in my effects, so I can delete that like normal, like I would anything else. And I can select the top layer and I can hit apply, and this would put it just on him. And now I have him as a pixelated guy walking through. Yeah, it's about as easy as it can be. And then you also, a cool thing with all of these new effects that I think is really, really amazing is there's this button called Surprise Me. So you have all these parameters, and I actually did use this in my throw sequence here. There was, I wanted to make sure for this like very dramatic cinematic throw shot, I wanted this kind of soft glow feature, and because this was a new feature, I was like, ooh, I don't know what the best way is to mess with these parameters. So you can just kind of tap Surprise Me and it randomizes all the parameters.
Yeah.
And it just makes it beautiful. So I actually did that to get this to a place that I liked and then refined it from here. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a really, really. Do you have the little Surprise Me button on there? Maybe on that other sequence.
Yeah.
You can just show the group real quick.
Right there, boop.
Yeah, so it actually just kind of randomizes all the action, so you can actually really create your own unique style without having to go through each style and create one of your own. And this works for the transitions as well. So you have multiple clips put together. There's an entire library of transitions that allow you to do all this really, really cool stuff.
Yeah.
I want to also bring up, there's one question that came up. Oh, are the robust Premiere editions going to render After Effects not as useful? So do you find, well, we're not big After Effects folks, not because we love After Effects.
We love them.
But not as good in it.
Yeah.
But I would say this, After Effects is going to be your primary tool to do a lot of your advanced, motion graphics on your videos. So a lot of those same tools are still going to apply. As of right now, these tools are specific to Premiere to allow editors like us be able to do those cool things. But if you want to expand it further and do so much more, you would want to take that over to After Effects, and you'd be able to customize that in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
The other one too, the law enforcement clips, I'm assuming they're talking about being able to blur somebody's face. Yeah, the masking tools are great for that. So if you are, let's say, on the streets and you're talking to an interview, but maybe there's folks in the background, you want to blur them out. Again, it's a really great way to use that object mask tool, mask out the face directly, use those film impact video effects. That way you can blur out the face, have a beautiful track. You can also adjust how pixelated it is. So yeah, if you want to just block out faces for people that don't want to be on camera, or again, law enforcement or things like that, like there's ways to remove the face. And
I'll
again,
plus one that. One of the ways when I was learning about this tool, I still am like a YouTube tutorial guy. One of my good friends, Premiere Gal, who's here today.
Oh yeah, she is here.
She did a great tutorial on this, and her example was quite literally doing exactly that. And what's kind of cool about it is, like you saw, if you just click the mask tool, it's going to select the whole person, but you can just hit the minus button, keep it to just the face, and then it will track that face. You can feather that out, just like I did with the green suit, and it works very, 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 very well. It's like a great use case for it.
Yeah, so we're getting close to time, but I want to go ahead and jump in and answer some of these other questions. This stuff is coming in, and I'm loving it.
Oh my God, you got frame stuff, right?
We're getting close on time, and I feel like we're getting close to the end here. Has anyone used Frame.io in this group? Give me your comments in there.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about how long to make these demos, and he's like, dude, it's just gonna
gonna
blow
go
by, and he's so right.
Yeah, the
When
time
you said
just
time,
flies.
I thought I was out of my time. We're almost there.
We're beautiful.
Should I grab you the Ethernet, or you think we're answering
No,
questions?
no, we're good. So really quickly, I want to show off a little bit of things in Frame.io. So we're going to jump over to my computer here.
Ethernet?
And I want to show you. No, I got internet. I think I'm good.
All right.
So jump over to Frame. All right, so if anyone's used Frame.io, it's been primarily built for video, but the thing is Frame.io is your work in progress tool for all of your creative assets. So this doesn't just work for video folks, these are for your creators. So if you've got graphics files, if you've got documents, anything that you're working on in a project, and you want to collaborate with people all over the world, whoever has access to the internet has access to Frame.io. So I do want to kind of go over some really cool things because there's some really nice features in here. So inside of Frame.io, I'm working within a workspace here, and I've got projects within this workspace. So I'm just going to jump into this Adobe MAX test project here, and this is where I can house all of my media. So if I have files that I want to file transfer to my other creators, if I'm working remotely, I could put all of my stuff in here. So I'm just going to flatten my folders because I've got a nice folder tree on the left. But I've actually flattened my folders. I can see all of my assets inside of my project very easily and quickly. I've even got some here. Let me turn these folders back on. I want to show you, I've got some stuff with a document in here. And you can see I've got multi-page PDF options. You can also put in Microsoft Word and documents, even your Photoshop files and Illustrator files. You'll be able to see your layers, but also share those to anyone that needs access to them. So you've got a slew of amazing tools in here for your PDF documents as well as video, but I'm going to jump back because I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to go back to my root project, and I'm going to flatten these folders because I want to show you kind of the core idea of how Frame.io works. So let's jump into one of these videos, and these are just kind of like dailies from the shoot that these guys were on. But let me actually show up some finals here, and we'll pull up some edits. So we've got this shoot. These hikers are out and about. I'm just going to open up this file, and now we're viewing it. We've got transcription available in there. So I'm going to go and hit play. So this is kind of like a brand video that was being made, but the real key thing here is the ability to collaborate with your creative team. So if I'm in here and I go, you know what, this was delivered from my editor, or say I'm working with, I'm the creator and I have editors that are working with me and they're sending me cuts, I can go in, select an area of my image, and I can go right here, perfect. Let's remove her eyes being closed. I can go send, and boom, it's available in there. Maybe I want to brighten something in the background. But you know what? Not everyone knows what you mean. What background? There's two different areas of the background. Well, we got annotation tools, so I can go in there, I can draw right on the screen. I can also choose different shapes and things like that. If I want to be super passive aggressive, I can just put a giant arrow in. That's what I'm talking about. And we can go ahead and hit send. And now all of your creative team can collaborate in one space and leave these comments and annotations and really keep like a symbiotic relationship with getting your content done and delivered. But the one thing I really love about Frame.io, and I know we're getting close on time, is I want to talk a little bit about shares. We always want to share out our work, and sometimes you don't always have access to a web page or a landing page that you can put all your stuff in. So what I love about this is you have the ability to create share links. So I'm just going to highlight a couple of these videos. I'm going to right click and I'm going to go create share link. So let's say I'm trying to get new clients, maybe I want to show off some work, and like these two clips really identify who I am as a creator. Again, not just video, these are all of your different assets.
Right, it's an important point.
Very important point. So I'm going to go and just make that public. I can email it out, and I'm just going to hit done because I'm going to go and edit a little bit more on this. So I'm going to go into my share, and here's where the magic can start to happen. So I'm on my edit page, and I'm just going to give this a little love. I'm going to give this a cover image. I can upload my own.
I haven't done this.
Oh, dude, whole new world, bro. I'm going to select this guy. We can scroll up, and you work with a lot of space stuff, so this would be perfect.
Oh, I've never even...
Yeah.
Max was just worth it for me.
This is why we come together to do this stuff.
That's great.
You've got options to turn things on and off. But you know what? I'm going to add an emoji because I'm going to blow my client's mind with all the stuff I can do. And I'm going to say, this is AJ. It's a capital J, isn't it? I'm sorry.
I appreciate
AJ.
that. Appreciate that.
Hey, got to represent.
Attention to detail.
So this is beautiful. This kind of works. On the right-hand side, I've got a ton of different tools to customize this, but I'm not done yet. Check this out. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to open up a new panel here. And I'm going to show you what that looks like to whoever you're delivering it to.
Yeah, the client-facing side.
Exactly. What's nice is that they can comment. Even if they're not on the account, they can actually comment on this without you needing to invite them to your whole hard drive of stuff. So this is really great. They can go in. You're curating a list of things they can comment on. But maybe I don't want them to comment. Maybe I don't want to show all these videos. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back to my edit. I'm just going to remove one of these. And I'm going to turn off the ability to leave comments. They can also download. This is a great delivery tool as well. I'm going to go back into that link and I'm going to refresh. But I didn't have to send another URL. I didn't have to get a confusing process.
That's nice.
Maybe I printed business cards. Maybe it's on my website. Maybe it's a URL that's kind of all over the place. So it's really amazing to be able to change that link, not worry about affecting the information or the URL that you already sent out, and you can keep that magic going and flowing.
That's such a good demo.
I love that feature about
great.
Frame.io. It's one of my favorites. Now there is one thing. Frame.io panel is clutch.
Yeah,
So
I love that.
The beautiful thing about Frame is that not only is on the iOS app, we've got integrations with so many different tools, but we just came out with one inside of Premiere. So if I jump over to Premiere Beta, which I put somewhere, sorry, it's my first day. Where did I put it? There
Far
it is.
right?
There we go. I've got actually a miniaturized version of V4 right inside of Premiere, which is really great. So I can access my files inside of Premiere. This is a little sequence I did. Whoever is a Disneyland fan, I definitely did some shots at the park, which I was having some fun with. But inside of the Frame panel, look, small flex, going to Disneyland.
And you
right?
shot that on phone, right?
I did. I shot this on the 17 Pro, which is
log,
nice.
right?
I did it in log.
Looks so good.
And I actually got some LUTs online, so I just threw some LUTs on there, but that's why it looks so good. I'm not a great colorist.
No,
but
that's great.
anyway, having a miniaturized version of Frame, the beautiful thing about having it in the product is that you don't have to leave Premiere. Again, it's like we don't want to leave the application. We want to stay in that creative flow. So I have access to all of my projects, so I can jump in and access all the same media that I want to be in here. I can see all of my metadata fields, so if I want to organize things by metadata, it's really nice to be able to toggle these on and off. I can add new fields, I can customize them. But what's really nice is if I want to send this sequence out to Frame.io, I can actually export this. It'll upload into Frame, wherever project I want it to go. I can choose a location. I'll throw it in one of these. It'll take a minute to upload, but I'm just going to hit select.
It's just so good. It's the tool you wish you had, and it's just perfect.
Absolutely. And I've been in Frame a long, long time. I'm in the Adobe world now, but I started in Frame back in 2018, so I really, really love this tool. It saves so much. So I'm going to try and export this. Let's see if it does. It's just a little clip. But I want to see and show you if we can have enough time to do it.
Well, that's what I'm seeing.
Because once you upload your clip to Frame and it's available on the site, what's really nice is that once anybody leaves comments, they're going to appear as markers right on your timeline. Now it's going to take a few moments. I think it's going to go to Media Encoder, so I might not be able to show that off, but I wanted to make sure I expressed that is ability in there too. Plus, if I want to, if I add a marker on my timeline, I can put. We got people all over the place. There's
We know
so many
people.
folks.
We're very cool.
We know people.
We're very cool people.
So I can put my comments inside of a marker, and once I export, I can include those and have them appear as comments inside of Frame.io. So if I'm an editor saying, hey, maybe I've got a different shot of this, let me know what your thoughts are. Whatever you want to express, you can do it right inside of Frame. So that's going to take a few moments. I don't know if we'll be able to show that off in here.
Like this, Ages on a Magic Carpet. Sean just showed him a whole new world. Very true.
I love it. Very excited to show that off. Please give Frame.io a chance. If you do have a Creative Cloud subscription, do have a lightweight version of Frame.io available. It comes with 100 gigs of storage, 5 projects, and some users. But also, we've got pricing options if you want to do a more expanded version. But get your feet wet. Give it a try. Try it out with your friends. Add some users in and really get that whole experience. But we are actually at time, and there's no questions in there. AJ, it's been an absolute pleasure, man.
I love it.
I really appreciate it.
This
was fun.
This is great.
This was our first time doing a live show.
I know.
So.
Can you believe it? This is wonderful. This is such a good time. Thanks for having me. This is. And just a plug for Max. If you haven't gone, I know that sometimes I don't travel out of town for conferences all the time. I wish you could see what's around here because it's just honestly a celebration of creativity. It is so vibrant. The people are so cool, and Adobe just really goes all out on making it a time. You eat well. The entertainment's great. The swag is unbelievable.
And
It's
just
such
being
a
in the
blast.
creative community is
Yeah.
great too. I mean, there's just everyone's so warm, they're generous, they're welcoming,
Yeah.
and it's just a really great group of people. But we really appreciate you chiming in on Adobe Live. We hope to see you at Adobe MAX in person, but of course we want to give you all the fun and deliver it to you as much as we can. Thank you all so much for joining, and stick around for the next show. We got some great stuff for you all
do.
day. Have a great day.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Howard Pinsky, design evangelist here at Adobe and host of the Cosmic Sans podcast. I had to plug my podcast.
Oh, you absolutely should.
Absolutely. Live here from the Adobe MAX floor. There are a lot of people here. It's giving me a little bit of anxiety.
A little overwhelm,
Just
a little
bit.
A little chaos,
Yeah.
but what is creativity without a little chaos?
That's true. I love
Exactly.
coin that.
Mhm.
Trademark it. But
Trademark
I'm here
it.
with the amazing Arabella Espinoza. How are you?
I'm doing so good. I'm so excited. We have cross-paths Adobe Live folks for forever, but have not actually streamed together.
Never.
So this is really exciting.
It's really cool.
I know. How
But
are you doing?
I'm good. Overwhelmed, but good.
In a good
this
way.
Max has been wild.
Oh,
There's
it's
been a
been so
lot announced,
amazing.
and you're going to go into all the things in Photoshop.
In Photoshop, yeah.
Yeah, but
And
I do
it's
want to
gonna be
say,
really fun.
yeah, hi to the chat. We've got YouTube, and we've got Behance, we've got Emma and Ray and Shawnee and Young and all sorts of different people. If you have questions for Arabella during this stream, throw them in there. I'm going to be paying attention while you're doing actual work. I'm just sitting here talking.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
What
It's
I
gonna
do.
be all over the place in the best way possible.
Yeah, but before you dive into Photoshop,
Yeah.
give a little bit of a brief overview.
Oh my God,
Who
yeah,
you are and
so,
what you're doing here.
Yeah, so my name is Arabella Espinoza. I am a creative photographer. I'm also one half of Weekend Creative. You might have seen me on Adobe Live before with my business partner, Ellie Mott, and she is the art director. I'm the photographer, and we both tag team and do a lot of commercial product photography for a lot of product brands, but not your typical boring stuff, but like your fun, colorful, fun stuff, which
I love
you'll
that.
see a little bit of today. But yeah, and then on my own time, I'm also a photographer. I do portraits and street photography, so we'll see a little bit of that today as well.
Sweet.
And yeah, it's gonna be really fun. We'll also have like a fun segment where I'll bring my cat in and play with that
I mean,
a little bit.
You can't have an Adobe live stream without a cute cat or
You
dog or
you will always
hamster
get
or
some
something.
type of cat content from me anytime I'm streaming.
You
so
have to.
you have to.
So let's talk Max a little bit.
Yeah.
We're here on the floor. The keynote was yesterday, 3 hours long.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of stuff was introduced.
A lot of stuff.
And a lot of it was Photoshop.
Yeah.
A little bit of Gen AI stuff, Firefly, Premiere, all sorts of
Yep.
stuff. We're going to be diving into Photoshop. And
Exactly.
you're going to be showing us all these new things that some of which were released previously, some you're just seeing now.
That we saw at Sneaks last year,
That's
which
true.
was so exciting. So it's really fun to see all of those tools and features now have them in the general, in Photoshop,
Yep.
and even some of those now that are coming into, beta. So
That's
it's
a
very
really
exciting.
interesting point, because in the past we've done sneaks, and it was always these things that are far into the future that may or may not have ever see the light of day. But now we're starting to see sneaks that are actively
Coming
in development.
quickly.
Very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm particularly excited about today's Sneaks. I'm so excited. It's
I
gonna
can't
be great.
wait.
Cool.
Although I
well-
might go to the baseball game tonight.
Oh,
Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anybody. Well, you've broadcasted it now,
Okay,
so
that's
it is
true.
what it is. Well, should we get started? Oh
Let's
my
do
gosh,
it.
let's do it. So I figured that we would do kind of a little bit of C-Pro, creative professional stuff first, how we would maybe use some of these new tools in our workflow, especially in the ideation process, and then figured we could get into some personal work and then some fun, right? So
I love that.
Yeah, so cool. So, with these new tools, we've got GenFill with these partner models. Obviously in the beta, we have the GenFill and Expand that has
Right.
really improved the quality. It's kind of incredible.
So for those, sorry to
yeah.
interrupt, but for those unaware,
No,
because I
please,
have seen a few
please.
questions about this new
You're an
GenFill.
expert here too, so you
Yeah.
you definitely need to chime in and tell us all
Yeah,
the deets.
because I've been using this internally for a little bit. So inside of Photoshop now in GenFill, we've previously had Firefly 3 and 1. I don't know why I'm looking over here.
I know, right?
But now there's a new one that's labeled GenFill and Expand, and it's better. And you mentioned details. It's definitely better for details, and also much better at generating people.
Yes.
Which I think we can all agree has been a little bit hit or miss in the past.
Yes.
But this one much improved.
Yeah, much improved. So, yeah, you know, a lot of these new features we're excited about and using it in kind of like our ideation process,
Yep.
and kind of thinking of new ways in which we can, you know, think about things differently, especially as it relates to, you know, especially if you work with the client work like we do. You know, oftentimes a client is wanting to come back for us and like expand new ways, or, you know, if they liked a particular image, maybe we expand on that. So one of the really fun things that I've been enjoying about you know, the new tools, especially as it relates to, you know, these context, the Clux, or I don't even know what it's called. Hold on.
There's so many of them
There's
now.
so many. I
There's
just know
Flux,
the Gemini
there's
2.0,
Nano
because
which
the
is a
Nano
great
Banana,
name,
the
by the
Flux,
way.
that's what I'm talking. Flux Context Pro. Oh my God, there's so many new tools.
So
It's
many.
so hard to like even follow. But one of the great things that I love about this is that you can change the camera angle, and that is like the coolest thing. So I like to use the Gemini 2.0 Nano Banana because it kind of retains a lot of the quality.
Yep.
But you can just simply start prompting like, change the camera angle so that the subject, so that you are looking down at the subject from above.
And this is the thing I love about these new AI models, is you can talk to it like a human, right? And it's going to understand you. And think of how difficult this would be.
Yeah, this is a
beforehand.
static image that
Right.
we created. This is
Yep.
all real. This is not even, this is no AI was used
Yep.
to create this image. But like, how cool is that?
That's
we
wild.
can just kind of create these new things. We can start to pan the
Yep.
camera over, and you know, it's really just like all about ideation and exploration.
Yeah.
So very, very exciting
And that's
stuff.
the thing I love about AI is ideation, because I have ideas in my head. I
Yeah.
just don't know how to execute them. I want to see what it looks like in different colors or angles.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we can do that very quickly now.
Exactly. And then one of my other favorite things too about these new tools as well is, for example, we have this image here. It is a image that we created for this can company. They do like canning. So, you know, whether it's beans or chickpeas and things like that. So we kind of created this scene. You'll see in a second. This is kind of the final edited photo. A lot of work went into this.
You're seeing the colors that Arabelle was talking about earlier.
Oh yes,
Very bright
Can
colors.
You see?
I love it.
Love it, love it. So we're so into this, right? But like, what's crazy was that if we go back, apricots were not in season when we when we shot this. So we just put a rock in there,
All right.
and we were like, let's maybe use some gen fill later, right? But now with all these new features, now I can take stuff, something like, you know, like an actual, actual apricot that's in season, right? Something that looks more realistic, and we can kind of pop it in here. So I'm gonna just kind of bring that in here. Let's say we use this one.
And by the way, the type treatment on that can, amazing.
Oh, so good, so good. I know, we're such suckers for branding.
There are so many times where I'm walking down the aisle of a grocery store and I'll see something well designed. I don't know if it's good or not. I buy it because it's beautiful. It's probably garbage, but at least the packaging is beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I removed everything from here, right? So we're just gonna kind of take this into its own. I'm gonna actually just remove these here. So if I just grab this, I should be able to, and there we go. Gotta make sure we're on the right layer here, you guys. So again, quick contextual taskbar, we can remove the background, looks awesome, and then now we can stick it in there, and we use Harmonize to kind of fix that, which is awesome. And it's probably a small, tiny thing, right?
Because looking at that now, it just doesn't look like it belongs.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So another thing too, right? We actually want to remove this kind of rock here. So again, like a quick gen fill, and we're able to kind of clean that up really quickly there. There we go. And we leave it. Oh, and we have to make sure that we're on Firefly image 3 if we want it to just like generate with no prompt, right? That's to just like remove something.
Yep.
So that is cleaning it up. And then all we have to do is just grab that little apricot and then use a little Harmonize, and then we kind of place it in our scene, and it's super, super cool. So
Harmonize
let's go back.
is really cool. We introduced that
cool.
into beta a few months ago. And it's wild how it's able to just like analyze the lighting and the shadows and all sorts. And you're going to see this in just a second.
Yep.
But it's going to add shadows based on the other shadows in this image.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes it might take a little bit, you know, but it's really, really cool how it just like analyzes the entire image and sees, okay, we need to like make the, are you kidding me? Are you joking? like
pretty good.
jaw dropped. Oh
and
my
it may
God.
not be perfect, but it's
Might not be
definitely a
perfect,
good
but
starting
you know
point
what? It's
to
a
make some
great starting
additional
point.
adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, because otherwise you would have normally had to do a lot of like curves layers and this and like
Yep.
all the color cast and everything. But like how cool that we got from there to that.
Yeah.
You know? So again, there's so many ways to go about this, but here's another really cool thing that I love. So I have, I feel like we need to have a ketchup bottle in here, right?
That would make sense.
That
yeah.
would make sense, right? So let's bring a ketchup bottle. Let's remove it and bring it out here. And I'm gonna just move that to the middle. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna flatten this image, right? Because usually when you're generating and using some of those, Gemini 2.0, basically you want it to be kind of on a white background. It kind of works better a little bit that way. So I'm gonna go ahead and flatten this image here. So I wanna put this in here.
Sure.
But the angle's not right? So
yeah,
that's
it would look really weird.
That's where we can do our little nano banana moment and basically change the camera angle. Change the camera angle so that we are looking at the subject from above, or looking down at the subject. Down from above at a 45-degree angle. You can get really specific.
Now we're getting technical.
Now we're getting technical, right? I mean, hopefully that's the correct one. I don't even know, but we'll see. And it's so cool.
It'd be really
I
cool if
love
one
it.
day we can actually like bring an image like this onto a scene and then rotate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys, are you kidding me?
Oh.
And that is what we want so that we can place it in here. And well, guess what? We're going to harmonize it. So there we go. We just take it all.
This is wild.
Isn't that crazy? So we did, oh, there we go, hold on. Let me just copy paste. There we go. Oh, and it's looking a little funky. This was doing it to me earlier, so I'm gonna flatten this image here. Let's go ahead
Is the color mode difference maybe?
It might be that, yep, it might be. So I'm gonna, let's see, rasterize a layer. We'll just flatten it here. There we go. And then hopefully it should work this way. And if not, then maybe we'll figure it out. Oh yeah, it might be like a little coloring situation here, but I might be able to, if I just bring this in here. Oh no, it's gonna, okay. Well, earlier we were getting it right, so it is what it is.
The joys of live stream.
The joys of live stream,
but it
right?
did work, I saw it.
It did work, I know. I was like, I wonder if I can get it, like maybe I can just move this in here. Let's see, oh, there we go. No, okay. Well, we all get what we were trying to do, so yeah, it'll just be what it is. But
the
anyway,
fact that we can control the angle of a product shot is just mind-blowing.
Exactly.
And it retains those details. So if there was like a label on that ketchup bottle,
exactly,
it would retain those details and just change the angle.
Exactly. Let me see if I can just export it as a JPEG, and I might be able to do it that way.
That could work.
That could work. Oh, and
problem solving.
There we go. Let's see. There we go,
Hey,
you guys.
figured it
Okay,
out.
here we go. So now we can remove the background. Again, love this contextual taskbar. It just makes everything so much easier.
That contextual taskbar is, it's a wild conversation.
Literally.
For designers, it's sometimes more jarring than politics.
Mm-hmm.
Some people love it, some people absolutely hate it.
Yeah,
I like
so
it.
let's say I wanted to fill that space,
Yep.
and now I can just easily click harmonize, and it's going to do the work, and it's going to add the shadow and all the details. So
That's great, because right now it doesn't look like it belongs there at all.
Right, no, not at all, right? I mean, we totally changed it using that Gemini 2.0, the angle, the camera angle, and yeah, so let's see if it does the job that we want it to.
Oh my
gosh. Whoa,
that's...
Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? That is crazy. So anyway, that's a fun little use for.
So like as a photographer and as someone who's creating these assets, this must be massive for you.
Oh my gosh.
Because sometimes you just forget to put things.
Yeah.
Or you don't have certain fruits that you can,
well, it
that
just
aren't
expands
seed.
your creativity,
Right.
right? Like even though yes, we're as us like product photographers, most of the time we're already getting everything that we need on set and everything. But like, I don't know, why not expand? This was a personal project, so we can do whatever, right? So pretty awesome stuff. I love it. Let's switch gears here a little bit. So I have another image that I want to show you guys here. We did this little project here.
So Ray in the chat is asking,
yes, of course.
Can't you generate one anyway? And I think he's asking, like, if you have your scene there, can't you just tell it to generate a ketchup bottle on the right-hand side? And you probably could.
You probably could.
I think, and I would love for you to expand on this,
Yeah.
but there are times where you have a very specific ketchup bottle.
Very
that's maybe
specific
part of
ketchup
the
bottle.
brand
Yes.
that you'll need to add in there.
Yes, exactly. So then that's where it's nice to be able to have the actual image,
Yep.
and then use these tools to kind of change the camera angle and kind of get it in the right position, and then it's so much easier to harmonize. And
Yeah.
there are endless ways to go about something, and that's what's awesome about Photoshop, right? Is like so many paths you can take.
And
so here's
there's a
go ahead.
layer.
And it's yes.
So you can apply adjustment layers, you can continue the
Exactly.
process, not just a flat
Exactly.
image.
Exactly. So, okay, so here's an image that we shot for a client. And this was kind of the final image, but I was like, you know what, it kind of would be fun to like make it whimsical and do something really fun. So again, that's where kind of these tools are so awesome. So let's say, let's remove the background. Again, so that it's on like a white, right? We want to just kind of create a whole new image out of this. So I'm going to go ahead and flatten this image here. And again, these tools are so easy. Select subject, it's looking good, and I can now have that on its own layer. And I can bring in like any new backdrop that I want to really just kind of have fun and play, It is awesome what you can do with all these new tools, right? So again, now I can go back to our products here. I feel like we really need that naming of layers.
That blew
my mind. Did you see that one got clapped the most? I loved it.
Because those are things that I don't want to think about while I'm designing.
Yep.
I don't want to name my layers.
No,
I'm lazy. I'm
exactly.
busy focusing on my design. I just want something, and obviously it would like be an opt-in thing because some people have very specific structures.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to kind of analyze as I'm designing, like this is a ketchup bottle. It's going to name it ketchup, right?
Exactly. It's so smart. So smart. Okay, so we did a little harmonize on these products here to kind of, make sure that they kind of fit in. There's not quite a lot. It actually kind of does go well. Oh, but you can kind of see the details here, actually. So see how, there's a very clear, outline, and harmonize just, made it work where it just, fits.
It's interesting you brought that and you zoomed into that, because one thing I've been using harmonize for, even if the background already matches, is when I extract somebody from an image in Photoshop and they have flowing beautiful hair, there's always a little bit of an outline.
Yeah,
but if you
can
harmonize, it cleans that up a lot.
Look at right there. That it cleans it up so well, and it's
Yeah.
awesome. And then you can get really playful with it too, right? So now we can go into, select our entire image here, and we can go to generative fill. Again, using Gemini 2.0, we can maybe say, add whimsical sparkles and smoke in and out of the subject or something.
Now we're getting fancy.
We'll see. We're getting fancy here. So we can get crazy because normally, right, I would have to go in and find a sparkle brush, and I would do the thing. Have to get something from Adobe stock, like a smoke, and kind of put it all together.
Oh.
Whoa, that's intense. That's amazing.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. But I think this one is a little funky. So I'm gonna generate it again and see if we get a fun new generation. That's what's great about these things.
Yeah.
It's playtime.
Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, this is great for ideation.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you want
yes.
from here, then you can go ahead and go to Adobe Stock, find something similar, license it, bring it over as layers, and then continue that process.
Ideation.
Yeah.
And what's great is, right, with these generations, we still have a layer mask, so we can still go in here, and obviously there's some weirdness happening here. Let's actually use a soft brush here and bring down our opacity. And what we can do is then paint back in just to kind of make sure that we're not losing, right, the branding. And there we go. And that way we can kind of play with that. And that looks so fun. I am obsessed. So some fun ways to kind of use these products. It's great. Okay, so time is going by so fast, you guys. So I think we should switch gears a little bit. Let's do a little bit of some personal work. So, okay, with the Photoshop beta, we've got the Firefly Gen Fill and Expand.
Mm-hmm.
That is incredible. So one of the things that I like to do in my personal work is I love making covers, right? So with images like these where we're getting into portrait work, right? Okay, so let's bring this image here. And this is a horizontal image, right? But I really want this to be, let's say, the cover of an Instagram reel, right? Maybe I'm showing a little behind the scenes and then some of the final edited images. So, that's where some of these tools are amazing. And we can really see the power of like, right? Because right now we're getting her pants cut off, but guess what happens when we play with these
because if you
tools?
wanted to just use the crop tool, I mean, you're kind of seeing what's going on there, is you're going to lose a lot of that information on the left and the right, which you may want to keep. Like this thing is really cool.
Yeah, yeah. Or maybe I like really wanted the model actually to be more in that like golden, you know, in the thirds kind of section. I can also, you know, go in here, generative fill, maybe pan camera to the right or something.
This is going to be interesting.
Right?
Like, you just could not do this before.
No.
It's wild.
It's incredible.
And I'm probably going to say that like 14 times during the stream, but it's all wild.
Always, always. So here we go. It's analyzing. It's gonna kind of move the camera to the left. Hopefully, we'll see. This is all live, you guys. That's what's fun about this. Are you kidding me?
It just added things over there.
Are you kidding me? Isn't that amazing?
And look at the sign in the background, right?
I know.
It maintained those details.
Yeah.
Whereas previous AI tools, it would just regenerate the entire thing and jumble everything.
And now what's really cool too is, right, so like I can now go in here and let's say we wanted to change the text of this. So we can go in here and then this is actually where we can either use, I think we can like change the text using, and we're actually in beta right now. So in the normal one, we would be able to, oh, there we go, Flux, there you go, perfect. So change text to Madison Mendez, that's the name of the model. And we'll see what happens. Hopefully it does it. If not, we can try Gemini 2.0 as well.
Yeah, we also added something similar into Firefly boards where it actually detects text. And you can use like a text tool to select existing text on a flat image and then change it, which is so cool.
Oh, and actually, let's see. No, not in this one. So we might have to try a few different things, but you know, sometimes that happens. That's what happens with live, right?
It happens.
Cool. So let me try it with Gemini 2.5 and we'll see if it works, if it gives it to us. But that's what's cool about these like conversational tools, you know, these third-party models that are very, very exciting. So we'll see. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Madison Mendez. Maybe we should add a little telephone number because it's like, book me, hire me for modeling. Cool. So, okay, so now the other thing, right, with the GenFill Firefly Expand, I want this to be a cover, right?
Yep.
So we've got like a 16:9, right, for Instagram Reels. And now what we can do is expand. Oops. And there we go. Let's do that. Amazing. That's a good size for a cover right there.
I like it.
I feel like that looks good. And then now we can just hit generative expand. And we're making sure we're on Firefly fill and expand. And we can hit generate.
Yeah, and this is the one with the increased details, better at generating people.
Yes.
Obviously, there are still some limitations on resolution and things like that.
Yes.
But these things will continue to, because remember when
Are you kidding me?
just like
Are you
speechless.
joking with me?
But you remember when the original Firefly came out, like the resolution was quite limited. Now it's expanded, and it'll continue to expand over time.
Incredible.
But that's crazy.
That did not exist. And it took into account like the lighting, the shadows, right? Like it understands everything that's going on.
And this isn't about...
Look at the top.
Yeah, that's
Look
wild.
at that.
And this isn't about generating images from scratch. This is like, you're a photographer, you've done a photo shoot, you need a little bit more information.
Just a little bit more.
And you're not going to bring your model back. You're not going to find the exact same scene and lighting and all this stuff. You just want to add a little bit.
Exactly.
And this did it.
And this did it. And literally we started off by panning over to the right, you know, and changing the name in the back, and there we go. And now we've got an Instagram Reel cover, perfect, ready to go. So super cool stuff. I love it. Okay, so now I want to show you guys. So Day of the Dead is coming up, Dia de los Muertos.
Yep.
And I basically asked my mom to send me a bunch of old photos of my grandparents because I want to print out some photos of of my grandparents and put them on my altar, on my little ofrenda.
Sure, yeah.
And so that's what I love about the GenFill and generative upscale is that we can restore some of these photos using the Gemini 2.5 and really just bring out these photos. They're so cool. So
and this is really where the preserving of detail and these new models helps tremendously. Because previously, I mentioned this with the other examples, is it regenerated the entire thing.
Yeah.
And it ended up not looking like the person, right?
Yeah.
But what you're going to see in these examples is that you know, her grandfather still going to look like her grandfather.
Yeah.
Which is
so
so
this
cool.
this is my grandfather. He was a little shorty. He was a short king. My grandma was definitely tall. But R.I.P. to him. But I want to like pan this image a little bit over. But he's looking very fierce, very smoldering. You know, got the look. So that's where we can kind of come in here with these tools, especially Gemini 2.5 has been my favorite. I can literally just say restore this photo. Hit enter, and we're gonna see what happens. You know, and this is basically a photo of a photo, right? I probably don't have this in a very good quality. This is either JPEG or, you know, sometimes even a screenshot, right, of an image. Are you kidding me?
I am old enough, and I've been using Photoshop long enough to remember restoring old photos with the clone stamp.
And how long that would take?
Yeah. I didn't enjoy it. I honestly didn't. The results were fun, but I didn't like spending hours and hours and hours trying to remove scratches or restore people's faces. Like, this is
Isn't
great.
this wild? And so one thing to know about, you know, these generations is that we're seeing a little bit of distortion.
Yeah.
So sometimes what I like to do is I end up sort of rasterizing this layer here and kind of fixing that distortion. So I will go in here, do a Command T, distort, and kind of, you know, like just make it a little bit more normal. That feels like kind of what it was meant to be.
Right. And these things will obviously get improved, and some of them rely on the third-party models. Some of them are, you know, lots of different reasons, but they're going to get better.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go in, move camera to the right. I kind of want a little bit more on the right side so that I can get him, you know, kind of a little bit more in the middle, at least a little bit. And that's what's awesome about these, you know, this image, right? But that's not it. Now we've got generative upscale, and we can really, sometimes you get that. There you go.
The beauty of AI.
The beauty of AI.
Removed her grandfather.
Oh my gosh. Well, see, there you have it, you guys. It happens sometimes. But again, we also do have where we can, you know, gen fill, normal generative expand. So we can also do that as well. So let's go ahead and generate that.
So you're really becoming like a creative director now.
Yeah. Yes. Of these like old images, you know. Like, you guys need to do this at home. Like, get your family members to send you some old photos.
There we go.
There we go. That looks awesome. I might just like crop it in a little bit. And then, okay, now here we go. So now we're going to go into image, generative upscale. And it's using, we can use Firefly Upscaler. Yep. I've been playing with that, and it's actually pretty good. But you're kind of a little bit limited to smaller sized images. Right. So you have to make sure that your image is a little bit smaller. So that's where Topaz has been really, really awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and I'm going to scale it ×2 and give it some time. And hopefully we get some more quality there.
Yeah, and what you just saw, there are two versions of Topaz. Yep. One that's more of a precise, of course. One that's more of a precise upscaler, and then one that's a creative upscaler. So it's going to add more detail. So something like this, when you're dealing with someone's face,
and
that you really want to preserve. Exactly, that's the word.
Yeah, and you guys, just to let you guys know, basically Adobe is offering you guys free generations until December 1st, I believe, using Adobe Firefly and all its partner models as well, so that you guys can try these at home for free, which is awesome. So take advantage of that, you know?
Yeah, and depending on the resolution, there it goes.
Whoa.
But, you know, generation times may vary. But look at that.
Oh my goodness. So we started off here.
Yep.
Do you see this? That's my grandpa. And then here we are.
That
crazy. Is incredible.
Now, here's a question.
Yeah?
I know the black and white look is timeless, right? But what if you wanted to colorize this image?
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. So, and you can kind of try different, you know, either the Flux or Gemini 2.5, but you got to give it the prompt, right? You got to kind of restore this photo, add color, or something like that. So why don't we try that? Let's see. So we go generative fill, and maybe we want to do Flux Context Pro, restore this photo, and add color. So let's try that. I love this. Yeah, we got to try things live, you know?
I love experimenting with these new tools.
Exactly.
Because you just never know what's possible with some of them.
Exactly. So I'm loving this. This is great. This is such great use for of AI to restore old photos and image.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's so cool.
Isn't that insane, you guys? I'm shook. Yeah.
I have
Incredible.
no words.
You guys got to try this at home. So again, I've been like, this has been such a fun passion project recently where I've just been enjoying, you know, I've got pictures of my grandma and, you know, this was another good one that I really like. This is my uncle.
Nice.
And so, yeah, same thing. You can just kind of bring it in here and essentially tell, you know, Photoshop, hey, can you restore this photo using this third party, you know, the partner models, which is awesome. So let's go ahead and do that. Restore this photo. You can also get very specific too and like kind of tell it like remove any dust, scratches and things like that. And you can kind of play around. It's conversational.
Yeah, and speaking of dust, completely off topic, but if you didn't catch the keynote, Lightroom
Lightroom?
now has, because I kid you not, the
I love
camera
it.
that I brought, I lost the lens cap.
No.
It's literally in my bag right now.
No.
I lost the lens cap. It's dusty as heck.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
obviously, I should probably clean it and deal with that situation, but you can remove it now.
You
if
can remove it. You can remove it now. Like, look how amazing that is. And obviously, it you know, it left a couple things, so
Sure.
you can kind of. That's where you know it's good to know some of those old tools, right?
Yeah.
But that's incredible. Like, such good detail. And again, I can go in here and do a little generative upscale and do the same exact thing. So, again, love this. You guys need to try it. Let me do that one more time because I want to just finish it out, you know? Okay, and again, this was kind of like one of those things where it adjusted, you know, the image. It like kind of like expanded it a little bit. So I want to just distort that and make it, I mean, we can, they basically made them skinny.
Well, you know.
You know. There we go. Okay, so now we can go into image, generative upscale, and we can kind of do the same thing. So I'm going to do the Firefly upscaler just because I want you guys to see what can happen. So I'm going to do 2x. There you go.
And it's always a good idea, especially during this like free period, to experiment with all the upscalers.
Yeah.
Because you'll find that some, you know, Firefly is good for lower resolution, older images as upscaling. For higher resolution images, there's a little bit of like a painterly creative feel to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Topaz, they also have the face restore option, which works in some.
Oh
I mean,
my
this is pretty good,
goodness,
right?
That is crazy. Let me pull up. Okay, so we started off. Let me see. There we go. Oh, there we go. Perfect. We started off with here. Very, very blurry, very grainy. And now look at that.
Yeah.
That is amazing. So cool. The coolest thing.
I think what we're seeing with the Firefly upscaler, especially if we do another generation and compare it to like Topaz, the precise one, is Firefly is really trying to keep the exact image but make it larger, right, and a little bit sharper.
100%.
Whereas Topaz, it's really trying to sharpen those details.
Exactly. So, okay, switching gears a little bit, I kind of wanted to show, we did actually do it a little bit with the model shot where I changed the text, but something that I've been really wanting to play with is, I have a lot of street photography where there's a lot of text everywhere. And I feel like we're all in need of like some self-care or some inspiring quotes. So I kind of want to do that with some of my images. Like I want to just kind of take the text and like change it and say something
that could
inspirational,
be cool.
right?
And
like,
think of how difficult this would be. I
oh
keep
my God, I know.
repeating myself,
let's
but like
give it
that
a
would
shot.
be very difficult.
I haven't tried this beforehand, so we're definitely going to see it
yeah,
live.
Ray in the chat's like, there's a party going on in the back. There's a lot of
100%.
stuff going on here at Adobe
There's so much happening
Max.
right now.
There's music, there's people running around, people making faces at us. It's
Literally. So let's go ahead and do that. Like, why don't we just like select this guy and see if we can tell it, change the text to say, it's never too late to start again.
I love that.
Okay.
And I've talked to so many designers who later in their life they were maybe doctors or plumbers or whatever it might be, and they switched over to an artistic career. So I love that.
Yeah. I feel like we all, and then sometimes you got little funny things like that. It happens, but that's okay. We can always change.
You can see how it was trying to do it, right?
Yeah,
And it even matched the font and all that
It did match
stuff.
the font, yes. Hold on, let me see if I can, ooh, there you go. Okay, so here's one thing that I noticed too, from in a stream before, especially with Magdiel, if you know Magdiel, he's incredible. He showed how this tends to happen sometimes, so sometimes that's why it's good to know these kind of some of these more manual tools,
Yeah.
because then what you can do is just kind of blend it all in. But amazing that it just did that.
Yeah,
right?
and I have noticed from experimentation
Same.
is when you use like a selection tool like the polygonal lasso tool,
Yeah.
which you did, that'll happen. Sometimes it's a little bit better if you use like the selection brush.
Or
Or just select the entire image and say like change the text
You know what?
on the
Let's do that, you
building.
guys.
Let's experiment.
Let's experiment. And I think that's what's amazing about all these tools, right?
Yep.
So why don't we do that? Okay. Why don't we select the whole thing?
Yep.
And we're going to change the text on the building to say it's never too late to start again. I'm a fast typer. Oh my gosh, look at me go.
I can never type properly while I'm streaming.
Really?
Never.
It's like always like,
Yeah.
weird
Misspelling
letters
things,
going
that's
in there.
the worst.
Okay, I love that you said this because sometimes I forget that.
I mean, do a before and after.
Okay. Before, after.
Like it's basically the same font too.
Everything is the same. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Are you kidding me?
It blend what like
And what we can do, obviously quality right now, the output,
Sure.
it is a really large image. So, but it can only improve from here on out. But if you're just like, if I'm like, I just want this to go on social media, right? And I want to inspire people, like this is the perfect thing to
Yep.
share, right? So let's do another one. Why not? I do want to test doing the brush.
Yeah, let's do it.
Why not? We gotta try all the things. So let's see. Maybe we do some street. I've got some. Maybe that one. That seems like a kind of interesting one.
And Robert's saying he did colorize an old school photo from the 60s with Nano Banana.
Oh my
and had a great result.
Oh,
yeah.
That is amazing.
I've done
Hi, Robert.
many of
I
them.
totally know that name.
Yeah, he's in our Adobe live streams all the time.
All
he's
the
wonderful.
time.
The community on Behance and YouTube are just fantastic.
Okay, I actually have a really good idea. So let's take this one other image here. I feel really inspired by James's talk today.
Yep.
James Dunn, right? That's his name.
He's
James
great.
Dunn. He's great. Oh my God. And he said something that like really, really inspired me and I loved. And he said basically, do what you love and everything else will follow.
It's very
And I feel like that is such a good one. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing. Let's do this will be a series, I think, where it's all my own photography, but it's all these like quotes that I feel like people need to like hear in the moment, So you can do change text on the sign. As descriptive as possible, I think is good.
It does help.
Yes, it does. Change text on the sign to say, do what you love and everything else will follow.
Because I can
love
see
it.
some of these models being like, well, there's text up there on that little
That's
flag.
true.
I'm going to change that.
Yeah, you want to be careful. So I feel like I'm just going to do that because, and I meant to do the brush thing.
Oh,
But
well, we can do
hey,
that after.
We'll do it after. We'll do it on another one.
Yeah. And they should keep the...
Yeah. Something,
Like, I
sometimes-
barely noticed the change because it looks almost the same.
Yeah,
just
it really does.
different words.
So let's go ahead and generate again and see if it'll do it one more time, or more correctly at least.
It's pretty close.
That's the beauty of
Missed a few
AI
things, but
sometimes,
yeah.
right? That's how you know. You still need humans.
And that's a good conversation, right? I
Yep.
think even with all these AI tools, you're still going to need very creative people.
Yep.
Because I see a lot of people creating things with AI that they don't tell stories. They're just like, it's kind of like clip art back in the day,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But people like yourself who are very creative, can tell stories visually, people are going to need you.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to fix this a little bit, see if I can just bring it over. And then what we can do, let's see, merge layers here. And then I'm going to do some, just a little spot healing remove tool, like
There you go.
what we're used to doing.
Just combine all the things.
I know. Oh, and actually let me use remove tool. That one's always a great one. Okay, there we go. We're just going to remove that. Amazing. There we go. So do what you love, everything else will follow. Amazing.
I love it. There
Okay,
you go.
let's switch gears a little bit. Let's do something a little bit even more fun. And a little bit more chaotic.
Oh, I just noticed there's more chat over there
Oh
on
my
the
gosh,
left.
there's
oh,
so
I'm
much.
missing so many.
Oh no.
How do you get access to the partner model? So the partner models
Yes.
are inside of Photoshop, now
Yes.
in the general version of Photoshop.
So let me show you. So
Yes.
they're right here. So here's the contextual taskbar. If you just select, you do a little Command A, or you select the entire image, you should have generative fill. Oh, by the way, you guys, if for some reason the contextual taskbar is not there, you can always go to help contextual taskbar.
Yep.
And there you go, and it pops it up.
There
so
you go.
yeah, or it puts it away right now, but you get the point. There you go, contextual taskbar, there it is. Beautiful. So then generative fill, and then all you have to do is just click on that little icon next to the prompt section, and now you've got your Firefly models, you've got the partner models here, Flux Context Pro, and Gemini 2.5.
Yep. And the new Firefly Fill and Expand, that's the name.
Yes.
That you were
Firefly
using
Fill
earlier
and
is
Expand.
currently only in the beta.
Yes.
And that's
only in
available
beta.
to anyone who has Photoshop as well.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, so switching gears, I'm definitely gonna bring in my cat in this because I
you
love
have to
him.
bring in your cat.
He's great. So there's a couple of things. So here's, I figured that I would show you guys a few different ways to kind of get to a similar aesthetic or different paths, right? There's always different paths to get to end products. So I want to do my cat. Well, it's not his birthday yet, not until April of next year. But I really want to do a '90s themed cat birthday invitation, of course, naturally.
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 90s were a good time.
90s were a great time. I'm thinking like, Dwayne The Rock, like black turtleneck,
Yep.
like, all the
Put him in a
things.
Blockbuster.
Exactly. So I have some images here of my cat, Coffee. He's so
Coffee?
precious.
I love
he was
that
a
name.
little bit, when I was trying to take pictures of him, he was like not really like looking forward. So I was like, you know what? This is an opportunity for some Gemini 2.5. So
Those damn
we're
animals just
gonna-
like
I
can't focus on the
know,
camera.
They can't focus. So let's bring that in. I like this image in particular just because it's like the lighting is pretty,
Yep.
everything's working. So let's go ahead and open it up. Okay. So again, now I have all these tools that are amazing, and I can tell it, Gemini 2.5, make the cat look forward.
Someone's asking, are the partner models safe for commercial work? So Firefly is absolutely safe for commercial
Yes.
work, right? Because it was trained on Adobe stock licensed content. For the other partner models, you will have to go to either Google or Flux to read up on all their information on commercial safety. But
Yes.
we can guarantee that Firefly
Firefly
safe
is
for commercial
commercially
work.
safe.
Yes.
Yes. And I would say with the partner models, wow, that's amazing.
Oh my gosh, I
Are you
missed it.
kidding
What?
me? That is so cool. Yeah, I just wanted him to look a little bit more forward.
That's
and now
bananas.
it's just like insane. But yes, so I would say Firefly is commercially safe. Partner models are great for ideation and unless all like creative work. I feel like that's something that a distinction that we would like to make very clear. Especially for us, like we're business owners and do a lot of commercial work, and for us it's important that we are being commercially safe. So
Absolutely.
Firefly has been great for that, and it has only improved. So and it's only going to further improve.
That's true.
Which is awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so that looks great. I love that. Now he's looking forward, which is great. Okay, so now, I remember the. Did you ever do a '90s studio in shoot portrait session?
No, oh, you know what? I think I'd like Sears type of thing, right? Yeah.
Yep. So found
Yeah.
one on Adobe stock, you guys, and I love it. So okay. So I'm gonna set that up in a second, but here's our cat, my cat Coffee. Shout out to him. And so let's just like flatten that out just for a second. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just grab the entire image, and I'm gonna see what Gemini 2.5 just does, right? Like, remove the background, replace with a 90s themed studio backdrop, add a turtleneck.
Oh my gosh.
And let me specify black turtleneck and a gold chain on the cat. And I could even go as far as tell it like it's my birthday or so,
Just keep going.
Add it's my birthday in a 90s themed invitation.
I'm just remembering the early days of AI with prompting. And you would tell it a bunch of things like this, and it would maybe get one of the things correct.
Yeah. So I'm a little scared right now, you guys. This is kind of a wild one. I mean, we'll see what it comes up with.
Okay.
You guys, oh my goodness.
Okay.
This is actually really cute, though. But okay, but it's not what I wanted, right? I wanted the Sears
I mean,
photo
I
shoot
want that.
studio. I mean, I do want this, but you know, like let's say you want to have a little bit more creative control, right? That's where Harmonize is great, right? So we've got our backdrop.
So I don't know if you saw yet, but
I've been right now. Oh,
I've
wait,
been doing like
can
retro.
we go over to Howard's?
No, we're not plugged in.
Oh, that's
but
right. Yeah.
Go to the Cosmic Sands Instagram account. I've been really like leaning in on the Memphis style 90s, 80s type of thing.
I love it. Oh my God, that's amazing. Okay, well, go follow, Comic Sans Pod on Instagram and check it out.
I'm just here to promote my podcast.
Wait, how funny that this happened. There's so much, we're like matching a little bit. Okay, so you want to have a little bit more creative control and you want to put it together. That's where Harmonize is doing a great job, and you can kind of put all these different things together, right? So let me go ahead and go back. I'm going to go ahead and
Chuck E. Cheese,
copy.
yes. You remember Chuck E. Cheese?
Chuck E. Cheese, yes.
We recently took our daughter to Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh
and
my goodness.
it's a weird vibe.
Is it a weird vibe? Oh
weird.
Man. Okay, so here we go. We've got coffee in here, right? I'm gonna press OK. I'm gonna say remove background, right? And it's gonna know like, okay, cool. That looks great.
Yep.
You gotta have the classic, what is it? The stool. So we've got the stool. You know, we've got the remove background. Like all these things would have taken us so long.
And
so
remove
long.
background has gotten so much better.
So much
as
better.
of a bunch of updates ago. It used to, for things like bikes and the spokes and netting, it was not great.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's so much better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've got our little stool here. We can bring it down. I'm gonna place it here, maybe actually a little bit bigger. There we go. We can kind of have my cat. I'm gonna bring it up. And I'm actually going to turn that off for a second. I'm going to first harmonize this.
Because right now it kind of looks like a 90s collage type of thing, right? But we want it to blend in really nicely. We want it to blend,
yeah. We want it to all look like it's all a part of it.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening right now. I'm kind of bringing in all these elements, and you can use harmonize to really just solidify them. Again, all of this would have taken so long before. You guys, I'm not a compositor. I'm not like an artist, and that's whoa. Yes.
Look at the floor.
Are you kidding me? Let's take a look.
It's got shadows. It's got reflections.
Yes, that is so cool. Okay, now we got to add in my cat though, right? We got to have coffee in here. He's our model. Okay, so let's bring him here. Oh my God. So cute. I'm obsessed. Okay, so there we go. And now we can harmonize him and we can place him there.
And so you're just getting started. You just got the stool and the cat.
Yeah, we just got the stool and the cat. This looks great. And what it's going to do is also, it's going to like kind of create a little shadow underneath so it looks like he's actually on the stool too.
And that's the thing that really drives home a photo composition, are shadows.
Yeah, exactly. So it's doing its job. Ooh, and like it matched the color and everything. Are you kidding me? Ooh, it even did a little shadow on the right.
And like you mentioned,
awesome.
you have access to the layer mask.
Yeah.
So if you don't like that shadow over to the right, you can very easily just brush it away.
Yeah.
You don't get that if you're generating a flat image using, another model or another website, right?
Yeah. So super cool, right? So here's an example of like where you can kind of put all these elements together, use harmonize, and get to your desired result. Now I can go in here, get in some, some text or something. Maybe, let's see, did I have like a clicker? Okay, let's see.
And while you're looking for text, someone's asking, do you not have to pay to use all the partner models? So currently, like you mentioned earlier, they are free to use.
Yeah.
For a limited time, I think.
Until December 1st.
Yeah. And then the Firefly models, if you're a Creative Cloud Pro member, they'll continue to be unlimited inside of Photoshop, like generative fill and stuff.
Yeah.
And then the partner models are premium.
Yeah.
Right? So there are credits involved with that sort of thing, but there's a whole page on the breakdown of that.
Yeah. So again, you can play around with text, and I love dynamic text. That has been
finally
one
we have
of the
dynamic
most
text
dynamic.
in Photoshop.
Oh, it is so fun! You can just play around and move it around and kind of get to your desired result. So love that. But now, okay, there's another way. There's another way that we can go about this, right? So I'm going to show you. So let's go ahead and we are going to essentially.
Kathleen is saying the cat needs a shirt with a picture of a cat on it.
Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Wait, yes. Oh my God, we're gonna have to try that. Okay, let's see. Let me show you this one little thing, and then we'll.
Yep.
If we have time for it, we definitely will do that.
So I love these live streams. It's like the chat is so much more
good.
creative than I am,
Honestly,
so they just tell me what to
I
do.
love inviting the chat to help us do design or do anything because you
Yep.
guys like have the best ideas. I love it. So thank you for showing up, and thank you for. I don't know why I keep looking this way, but you know, hi. Cool. Okay, so here's the really fun thing about generative. You know, all these like partner models is that you can. You can have a conversation with them, right? So we are just going to kind of add to this right here, and then I'm going to clear that so that we can expand right here. So here's the fun part. Actually, let me do it a little bit more. There we go. So let's say
I'm just as
bring in
curious
all
as the
those
chat
elements.
is. What is happening? I'm
Yeah.
very curious.
We'll bring in all the elements, okay? And then we've got our stool, right? Okay, love it.
I think
Bring
I
it
see
in
where this
here.
is going.
Do you see where I'm going with this? Okay, we're almost there. Actually, why am I doing it one by one? I should just put it all together. There we go. Okay, so we've got our black turtleneck. We were going for that Dwayne The Rock-like vibes,
This is
okay?
giving those vibes.
It's giving those vibes, and let's see, we are getting our little chain here. There we go. And then what we can do now, let's all flatten that image. We're gonna bring it all together, and now I'm gonna go into Gemini 2.5. Place the cat in the blue backdrop on the right. Place the cat in the blue backdrop on the right, on the stool, wearing the black turtleneck and gold chain.
This is wild. Now, I know a lot of people are going to ask because Firefly has reference images, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the moment, Google Gemini 2.5 Nano Banana does not.
Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me? I love it. Isn't that amazing? So like you can now just literally put the elements to the right on like just white, and then grab the whole image together, tell it exactly what you want, and you're gonna get exactly what you want. How fun is that?
That's
crazy. My goodness. Are you kidding me?
So hopefully one day we'll have reference images with these third-party models. But in the meantime, this is an amazing workaround.
Yeah. Isn't that incredible?
And I'm speechless.
Yeah, super amazing. We started off with this, we added all the elements to the right, and then we grabbed it all together, and then it just knew to like put it all together. And I love that it chose this, you know, and now I can further continue, right? I can make like change this to a vertical or like, you know, or we can.
Can I see the original chain for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's so important to note, to really focus, that there are like big gaps, right, down here on the side. And if you go back to the cat, you're seeing this basically the same thing. Like it's noticing these things, and it's preserving as much detail
also, that
as
looks
possible.
like my cat. It's preserving the details of like what my cat looks like. And it even knew to like, you know what I mean? Like it is a fluffy cat, but the turtleneck is keeping everything in.
Yeah, and the fur is kind of like popping out. This is
Yeah,
wild.
this is amazing. So now we've got, you know, like a perfect image for our invitation, right? Now I can add some text and do all the things.
Yeah, and Ryan's saying like add a tail, or you know, Kathleen earlier said add a picture of a cat on the shirt.
Wait, let's actually do that. So I'm gonna just grab the entire thing. Let's say replace the turtleneck and gold chain with a white t-shirt with a photo of the cat itself. Do you think, will that work? I don't know. Well, let's try it.
Let's find out.
We love the ideas, so
we have
thank you.
like 2 minutes to figure this
Oh
out.
my goodness.
It went by fast.
The time went by so fast, you guys. Oh, I love it. But how cool is it? Like this is absolutely going to be. This is like cat inception.
It almost looks like there's another cat like in a pouch almost.
It kind of does. It kind of does. Wait, that's a great idea. Who had that idea?
Kathleen, I think,
oh
in the
my
chat.
God, Kathleen, you're amazing. This is so smart. So smart. Should we just like continue the inception?
I mean, why not? Someone's also saying make it really 90s with a Hulk Hogan Mr. T larger chain.
Oh my gosh. Wait.
You should do a series where
do
you just
think
like
it'll
keep
know
making
Hulk
the chain
Hogan
bigger.
though? That's what I want to
It
know.
probably won't, because I know they've been like restricting.
Right.
Firefly definitely won't.
No, yeah,
But some of these
definitely.
third-party models have been restricting celebrities and things like that.
Yeah, yeah. Uma Corn says catception.
Yeah.
I love it, you guys. Oh, you guys are so fun and silly and playful, and I love it. So we went from this to this to this. Oh my God,
Just
this
keep
is
getting weirder
amazing.
and
we
more
get
unhinged.
weirder and weirder and more unhinged.
And then you
just
can do
like the stream.
like one thing I've been experimenting with is just like selecting everything and like spookify this image for like Halloween, or get the cat
Wait.
ready for Halloween.
Wait, yes. Get the cat ready for. Wait, what about? Yeah, actually, let's just do that. Wait, just that prompt alone. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, we got a minute left, you guys.
Yeah. Hopefully it adds like a little witch hat and
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. And I know some of these like exact, like, you know, this conversational with like the stuff that's happening in.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay, we're done. We're done. This is amazing.
I love this.
This is giving me now ideas for creating my own costume for
Right.
coffee.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Wow. Thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness, we've had so much fun today.
This has been really fun. Thanks everyone who has joined us. We got more content coming up. Arabella, thank you so much.
Thank
This
you,
has
Howard.
been
No,
a ton
this
of
is
fun.
amazing. You were the best host.
Yeah, thanks to the entire team who's hosting behind the scenes. Thanks to everyone at Adobe MAX, and we'll see you all super soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Thanks.